I will now call to order the regular city council meeting of July 11th, 2022. Members of the public are invited to attend in-person meetings in council chambers. Public access to the meeting is also available by telephone by using the call-in numbers posted on the meeting agenda. Meetings are broadcast on Channel 8 for Comcast and Xfinity subscribers and on the city's YouTube channel online. Joanna, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Leidy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford will be absent. Councilmember Witkovich.
Here.
Councilmember Hadmiel.
Here.
Councilmember Kondo.
Here.
Councilmember Lukeman Hiramasa.
Here.
Councilmember Goff.
Here.
Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Walker.
Here.
Thank you.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Manager Guy, are there any responses to citizen inquiry?
Nothing this evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? We never have them, so I'm wondering about that one. All right, first presentation, United Power Capital Credit Check. Brian, hello, good to see you. United Power Community Affairs Representative. Welcome.
Thank you. Is this on?
Yes,
Tap it a few times.
there you go.
Well, yes, I'm Brian Blem. I'm your Community Affairs Representative for United Power, and wanted to thank you all for having me this evening. Wanted to take this opportunity to speak with you and demonstrate what we call the cooperative difference. As you know, United Power is an electric company that operated as a cooperative. That means although we provide electricity to homes and businesses like a traditional utility, we are member owned. And we are also governed by an 11-member board that is elected from our membership as well. We have a 900 square mile service territory that extends from the mountains of Coal Creek and Golden Gate Canyon along the I-25 corridor through the Carbon Valley region out to the farmlands of Brighton, Hudson, and Keensburg, and then goes south to northern Commerce City just outside of DIA. Last August, United Power energized our 100,000th meter, representing 300,000 members, and we continue to grow. The city of Northglenn has attributed to our growth, and we serve you as a not-for-profit electric company, which means we want to provide electricity to you at the lowest possible cost. If there are any excess margins at the end of the year and our board elects to retire them due to an excess cash position, the margins are returned to our members in the form of capital credits, and that's why I'm here today. In 2022, the board chose to retire $4.5 million in capital credits, which was allocated among our membership from our oldest members to even our newest members, so that all our members get to experience capital credit refunds and understand the cooperative difference. The city of Northglenn has 8 active accounts with United Power, and since 1995, we've returned more than $223,000 in capital credits to the city of Northglenn, and that includes the $5,070.30 that I'm here to present to you all this evening. So we appreciate the opportunity to serve you, and we enjoy having you as a member of United Power. So thank you. And then I'd love to get a picture with
Sure.
one
do
or
it.
2 of you,
We'll take it all.
if we could, or the whole group. That was the better.
That's just not fair.
I
We're all
didn't
Especially when you have a check in your hand, that's awesome.
Perfect. Y'all wanna hold it? All right. We're gonna be. You got this?
All right. You're getting so good at this.
How much money you guys get?
All right, 1, 2, 3.
Right?
Again. Last one. No, not the last one. I have mine too. All right. Next one. All right. 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more big smiles. All right, thanks, everybody.
Thank you all so much. Appreciate it. I'll keep this one. Oh, you had it in the room. You're welcome. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Thanks so much. Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, moving into public invited to be heard. This is an opportunity for public comment on any item not set for public hearing. Statements are limited to 5 minutes per speaker. Statements must be related to city business and limited to matters of community interest. Joanna, did anyone sign up to speak tonight?
No, nobody signed up in advance.
Okay.
Joanna, we have some audience
Is there
members.
anyone in the audience that would like to speak to council that has not signed up? All right, come forward. Just state your name and address.
My name is Jeannie Nelson, address 11701 Grant Street, Northglenn, Colorado.
Hi, what are your comments?
My comments are in regard to the tunnel that is in such disrepair. So that's what my comments will be about.
Okay.
My friend Elizabeth, that is also here tonight, we live on opposite sides of the tunnel. And Elizabeth, I believe, has lived in Northglenn about the same time, maybe even more. I've lived in Northglenn 40 years. So I love my city. I am thrilled to live in Northglenn, and this is the first time I've really wanted to wage a complaint. Elizabeth and I used to meet when we walked daily, going through the tunnel, and over the last, I'd say 3 years for sure, it has become in such disrepair and actually disgusting and embarrassing to me as a member that lives in, the city of Northglenn. There is a huge problem with not even all the homeless. I'm not even trying to say that. In fact, I work with the homeless at the park every week on 2 different occasions. It has to do with, they seem to be on the edges of the homeless that are really cared about by the city, that are part of the rec center situation and our luncheons that we provide on Tuesday and Thursday. But I know for a fact that Elizabeth and I don't even feel safe walking through the tunnel, and some of the young ladies that I know from the homeless community feel the same way. It's unacceptable, it's disgusting. When they put the mural in there, I was quite excited, but at the same time, I felt checked about how's that going to be, because there were already some problems with lighting that wasn't always working. The water was not quite, I think they fixed the water problem, and there used to be a camera at least there. Now it's just like, from what I understand, from talking to people that I walk with in the park, is they've kind of put this on just like whatever, the back burner, don't care. And that's what it looks like. We can no longer even walk through there. Elizabeth has to walk down and around the other way, and I have to walk down and around to Huron. So I can't even use this tunnel because it's unacceptable. There's feces and blood and needles and whatever going on in there, and nothing seems to be being done about this situation. I don't know for sure that I have an answer. However, I'm thinking, honestly, it just took away from the mural so much. I'm almost wondering if the mural should not be painted over or scraped, because it was too beautiful and too meaningful for the city of Northglenn to have this happening to it. It should be put inside the new rec center or something, because this is just, in my head, unacceptable to me and all of my people that I know in the city of Northglenn, which at this point are many. So that's my concern, is I love my city, and this is just an embarrassment for the city of Northglenn. So
Well, thank you for your comment.
You're welcome.
Elizabeth, did you want to say something as well?
I also have lived in Northglenn over 40 years. I live at 346 West 116th Place over in Huron Crossing. And I have used the tunnel for 25 years. I've lived there. And since 2020, basically, it has really gone downhill. And I know that it is cleaned, at least last year, I talked to people who are over there cleaning a couple times a week, but nightly, daily, there is trash, there is broken glass, there are people sleeping. It's hardly passable at times. There was a fire in there in the early spring. The homeless people had started a fire. There's furniture, there's shopping carts, sleeping bags. It's, as Jeannie said, it's really an embarrassment as that the city is not keeping up on that. It seems like it's just being neglected. And I know the RTD isn't as used as it was during COVID. That parking lot used to be full and people were back and forth there all the time. But I've been monitoring it different times of day, all day long, and up until about 8 o'clock at night. It doesn't matter when. There are people sleeping in there, doing drugs in there. Yeah, it's just a very bad situation. So, and I am concerned. I can't walk my dog through there anymore. So yeah, I go 1 3/4 miles out of my way to get over to Webster Lake. So, yeah,
Okay. Well, I appreciate you coming tonight.
thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak to council? Just state your name and address and provide your comment.
Hi, my name's Chris Klein. I'm at 248 Emery Road. I'm not sure if I'm able to present now or during I'm actually the one that brought forward the TNR at-large ordinance for community cats. And I wasn't really sure when or if I could speak about it, so I figured I'd take up the time now to do this,
Yeah,
or
public
if I should.
comment is fine.
Yeah,
Yes.
no,
this
this
a
is
good
the
time?
time that I was referring
Okay,
to, so you'll
perfect.
have 5 minutes.
So I can do now and if maybe a little bit afterwards at the 3-minute mark as well, after the discussion?
Well, certainly if council has questions for you, yeah.
Okay,
You can answer
perfect.
those questions and engage in a dialogue.
Perfect, thanks, Heather. So, thanks for having me, and I really appreciate you guys taking the time to consider this, and, I've been fighting for this for a couple years, or not, I've just been pushing for it. And there's a lot of good aspects to this, and I know, that I don't wanna take too much time here on this. I know I have 5 minutes, so I don't wanna really take up the time to, I don't know if you received my packet of information to see the benefits of what I'm trying to present here, so I won't go into too much detail on that. Riverdale is gonna be here with Stephanie and Angel, and they're gonna present a PowerPoint from what I understand. So, and it's really good. I think the benefits are just out there, and then the stuff that I left as well. I'm just, in the police, I really appreciate you taking this up, considering it. You guys made an ordinance. I was surprised that it was already this far. I'm just kind of worried how we're gonna go about this. That's the only question. I've done a lot with community cats. I have a lot of experience. I volunteered at a shelter for 4 years for a cat rescue. I've been doing SNR or TNR both actually for several years. I've helped numerous caretakers take care of their cats and get them fixed and vaccinated to help control cat population. A lot of senior citizens. I've done probably like 20 community cat care, helped with 20 caregivers around the North Metro area. I've been returning SNR cats for Riverdale for a couple years, and I just see a lot, and I've researched a lot about this subject, and I know the one thing I'm concerned about is the at-large ordinance section of this. I don't feel at-large ordinance is compatible with TNR and SNR. I know a lot of communities have done this over the country. I know a lot of, actually, cities here already have removed at-large ordinance, not just for that reason or anything, but they don't have an at-large ordinance for cats. And the reason is, I think, it's just kind of the at-large ordinance aspect of it. When you try to regulate owned cats with an at-large ordinance. I don't think it really, I think we get into problems, and I don't think it's gonna, I think it's gonna fail. I think there's confusion as far as the SNR aspect. Also, I saw the ordinance sample, and I'm just kind of concerned about it as well, how it's written. It's not really, the SNR aspect of this is a program. The TNR aspect out in the field is not. It's basically a procedure and act for community members to do TNR, put community cats back. And they didn't create the problem, they're just helping. From looking at the ordinance ahead of time, it just seems like they may be responsible. I know there was more added to the ordinance in regards to how at-large cats are looked into or looked at. And I'll talk a little bit out afterwards if I can, after they present the whole situation. But I think the idea of removing the at-large is just simply removing the at-large ordinance will help this whole situation with SNR. I know there's a lot of gray areas with cats between owned and unowned, and when you start doing community cats out there with separating them from owned cats, community cats, they're gonna allow that, but the owned cats, people, like, when is it considered owned? You know, there's a lot of community cats that are more social than others. A lot of times they're feral, you know, that's why they're community cats, but over time, they get a little more tame with their caretaker. Sometimes they try to let them inside. Maybe so-and-so, neighbor took in a community cat. And it's not tame completely, he kind of lets them out again. Is he considered an owned cat? So where's the gray, it's a gray line as far as when it's considered owned. Personally, I don't think removing the at-large ordinance is gonna make it all of a sudden people are gonna wanna let their cats out. People already know, you know, if they own the cat, if they should let it out or not. You know, that's something that I think, it already is what it is. I don't think it's gonna make it worse. I think, we're just, a couple things I just wanted you to consider on that. I know Riverdale took in approximately 2,500 cats last year. I think it was like 2,533, just looking at the PACFA stats. Well, only 161 were returned to owner. So when you break that down, how many cats are put into the shelter? How many were taken back from their owner? I just think it's a waste to put at-large cats in the shelter. A lot of times the owners may not know where they went after the 5-day hold. And I just think it's a waste of space, waste of time. The majority of nuisances out there anyways, I think are from community cats. What I've seen, I try to educate people on just cats, what to do with them, how to help their lost cats, help find them. There's a lot of confusion. I think a lot of people think the cat's coming around and it's the neighbor's owned cat. They don't know who it is. They don't know who it belongs to. A lot of times it's just they're community cats. You know, they can multiply quickly. A kitten can have babies they can get pregnant in 6 months, and then those kittens, they can have litters 3 times a year. So that's why it's so hard to control the community cats out in the community. The best thing is trying to stop them from populating, spay, neuter, fix, vaccinate them, put them back. They stop reproducing, they're taking up the space. And the problem in the past is when you remove them, more are just gonna populate right back. That's why removing them doesn't help. The shelters, so many get euthanized. And I'm sorry that my time's probably up.
No, that's okay, yeah.
So
you
I
have
just hope you,
exceeded the
take
5
that into
minutes.
account, and I really appreciate you.
Absolutely, and you are
listening to this.
correct. We have an additional time at the end
Sure,
of the
sure.
meeting
Thanks
for
so
you
much.
to return.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Thank you for being here. I don't see anyone else. Okay. We're going to move into council communications, starting with Ward 1, Councilmember Whitkovich.
Thank you. The only thing I have to report on, well, not really report, I attended the Outside Agency Funding Committee meeting earlier today, and Councilmember Jaramillo is going to report out on that. Thank you.
Okay.
Right, and so,
Councilmember Walker.
Madam Mayor.
sorry,
You're all right. I have no update tonight, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilmember Jaramillo.
thank you, Madam Mayor. So for the outside agency funding, we have the Lakota Way Healing Hoop. We're gonna be allocating $2,000 for their powwow in August. That's August 27th and 28th. And then second, we have Indulge for Casa, and that's that will be sponsoring in the silver level, and that's $2,500 on September 14th. And third, we have the Rocky Mountain Partnership, and that'll be $1,480. That's November 30th. And they'll be renting out Parsons Theater, so it'll be basically allocated back to the city. And also NAHF, the Arts and Humanities Foundation, we had the Creative Inspirations Show in the gallery on Friday, so we had our first Friday event, or I guess it might have been our second Friday. So that happened, and it was great turnout. Second, we had NAHF had the Soul School. That was the last of the summer concert series. Then it was followed by Ghostbusters, and so it was a very good time, good way to wrap up the summer concert series, and also 4th of July. So we had the car show. We were able to do the city council choice. So that was, and we did a award ceremony. So that was a lot of fun and a lot of awesome cars. So inspired me to start working on my 1970 Monte Carlo. I want to get that out someday. So that's what I have for the past couple weeks.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Brown?
Sorry, I don't have anything actually but to thank Diana for all of her hard work for our, I'm just gonna call it our groove and grub, okay? Thank you for taking care of everything for us while Jay and I were gone. I greatly do appreciate that. The other thing is I'd like to see us bring the tunnel to a study session. So can we get that on the agenda so that we can address it as soon as possible?
As long as there's council consensus, so just thumbs up, not,
I think so.
okay.
And sooner than later if
Yeah.
possible.
Yes, and I can actually share some information if council would like tonight, if you feel that would be beneficial under my time.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Councilmember Goff?
Thank you. I also attended the 4th of July car show and was one of the council members to help pick the winner for the council's choice. And so that was a lot of fun. There were a lot of wonderful people there. I think everyone had a really great time during the day there. And then participated in the outside agency funding meeting today. And, you know, that's really about it because of the holiday and all. So that's it for me.
Just for a blank, sorry. Councilmember Condo? Just gonna-
Yeah, just kind of the blank face. So, Madam Mayor, I attended as your alternate for the Denver Regional Council of Government and continue to be intrigued by this organization. It's really designed for the members here, the audience. It's a mechanism for all the cities and the counties and major agencies on the Front Range to be able to have some planning to accomplish some regional objectives, say, for example, greenhouse gas reduction. What is intriguing to me is that you have cities that are so diverse, whether it's Boulder or Lockerbie, and they all have different agendas. And so it's really hard to get to consensus or alignment, if you will, say, for example, to get people to put in more bicycle lanes or to use mass transit. But it's a very important process to understand. And as the junior member on this stage here, I think I'm realizing how important it is to know how to play that game because that's how federal grants get awarded. So if you've been in academia, you know that the better grant writers get all the money. And so I think this is something important to share. I'm actually going to have breakfast with Councilmember Luqman Hiramasa and with Heather on Wednesday, just to kind of share a little bit of the knowledge that I gained from that meeting.
Councilmember Luqman Hiramasa?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a couple of quick things. On June 29th, I attended a business walk with the Business Retention and Expansion Team, BRE for short. And I just have to send another kudos out to Debbie and her team and all they do to connect to our local businesses. I think that it is so important for us to be involved and for them to, to see that the city cares about what each business is going through. And there's a couple of, common themes, I think, that are not just unique to Northglenn, but to the state and probably the nation as a whole. shoplifting, homelessness, things like that are an ongoing issue. But overall, the businesses in Northglenn seem to be doing really well, and they really do appreciate the outreach that we provide in terms of trying to understand what it is that they need. And I got to use my Spanish a little bit, so that was great. One of the new paleteria stores, which is a new Mexican ice cream store that's opening, will be delicious. And this was at Huron Crossing. I don't think I mentioned that. The boba, Spill the Tea Boba Shop is excellent. If you've never been there, I recommend going there. I was a little concerned because I heard some feedback that kids from Northglenn High School were, kind of being a little bit disrespectful. So it made me feel a little worried for our kids. But apparently principals got involved, and it's just one of those things that we need to keep an eye out and make sure that we're keeping our students on track. And then other than that, I also attended the 4th of July Car Awards, and the award went to a 1957 Chevy Bel Air. So it was pretty awesome, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, I was also at the 4th of July event, and I just wanted to specifically shout out and thank the American Legion Post 22 for their participation. They are a great partner with our city, and they love to come to our events, and they always show up and do such a great job. So thank you to them. I was also a guest at Calvary Community Baptist Church on the 3rd, and I know Chief May was also there yesterday. Pastor Rob is doing an outreach with the city. He's very interested. He said multiple times the word community is in the name of our organization, and so we want to make sure that we are connecting with our community. It was a very patriotic weekend to be there. It was very fun. They had a picnic, and there's quite a few Northglenn residents that go there, and I was just happy to meet everyone. It was just a very, very lovely day. So just thank you to them. And that is all I have. Joanna, any updates today?
Thank you, Mayor. I have no updates tonight.
Okay. City Manager Geyer?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate Jenny, is it Jeannie? Jeannie and Elizabeth's comments. For your benefit and those who are viewing, we do take what's happening in the tunnel very seriously and welcome a conversation at a study session level about it. A few things to know: staff in-house is going into the tunnel 3 times a week and cleaning it. We could probably be in there every day. And so we can have that conversation and possibly multiple times a day, depending on, I know we often get complaints after the weekend, and I live in Huron Crossing, so when I use the tunnel, I see it myself when I'm going over to E.B. Rains Park. So they're going in 3 times a week. Typically, it's a couple hours at minimum, sweeping, power washing. We have had issues with graffiti on the mural and have had several instances where the graffiti has had to be removed and the mural updated. And there are some sections of the mural that, we've done the best we can with. So the tunnel area is part of the overall crime prevention through environmental design project that's underway. It's referred to as SEPTED for short. We are having an open house this Wednesday evening at the Recreation Center, so I can get you details on that open house and would encourage you to attend. That would be another opportunity to provide input, and you can certainly share that with any neighbors. So we are trying to figure out what the right formula is in terms of maintenance. So thank you for expressing your concerns, and it is a challenge to say the least. So we're doing what we can, and we can bring options forward to see if we can't do more that council can consider to try to stay more on top of it. There are often times when I go through the tunnel and I'm taking photos outside the tunnel, like leading into the tunnel, and then on the other side, we've posted new signage to make it very clear that if you're loitering in the tunnel, you will be cited by the police department. I know Chief May and patrol officers are doing walks through the tunnel. So a couple additional touch points coming up on the horizon. Jessica's going to be giving a crew and homelessness update on July 25th. And then we have an executive session item scheduled for August 8th to talk with council about additional tools that we can potentially put in our toolbox in terms of addressing some of the challenges that we're having. So that's all I have for this evening.
City Attorney Hoffman, how are you?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. I do not have anything to report tonight.
Okay, thanks. All right, moving into the financial report, May 2022 update. Jason Loveland, our Director of Finance, is here to present. Hi, Jason.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. All right, well, through May, we were 41% of the way through the year, so if you are flipping through the report and see anything above that, those are areas that we'll keep an eye on, but overall, budget and our spending, revenues and expenditure-wise on both sides are revenues performing better than projected, and then expenditures are in line with what we had budgeted. So good news on the finances through May. I'll start off with an update on sales and use tax through May. The total sales and use tax is up 10% year over year, which is a fantastic number. A couple of things on the taxes that I'll point out. One is auto use tax is only up 1.9%. It actually fell for this next month coming up. If you've watched the news and kind of what's going on with the auto industry, interest rates going up for homes and auto, we feel like will play an impact for the next several months. So that's one of our larger revenue sources on the sales and use tax, and so we'll keep an eye on that and report. Not a lot that we can control about that, other than just give an update on what we're experiencing here locally in Northglenn. So I wanted to touch on that. The other big piece that I wanted to touch on was the marijuana tax, down 21% year over year in May. I reported last month that there was a couple of filers that were late. They have now caught up. So that 21% gets reduced down to about 16% year over year. Statewide, we're seeing very similar numbers. A large part of that is 2021 was a peak, up significantly, up 23% in 2021. So while we're seeing a decline, I think it's more of a normalization than it is maybe necessarily a drop in sales. So we'll continue to monitor that and see if that evens out. Again, I went back and looked. In 2018, we finished the year down 3.5% in that line item. The following year, we jumped 23%. So it can fluctuate widely, as we can see by 2018 and 19. But we'll continue to monitor that. We've been keeping up with the fact that that is a statewide situation that's going on. I think a lot of the articles that you might read don't necessarily touch on the peak in 2020 or in 2021 that influences that number. So I think it's more of a stabilization or normalization that's happening there.
Jason, can we talk for just a second?
Sure.
I'm gonna strongly disagree with you there.
Okay.
I think that we have to really keep our eyes on it. There was another set of dispensaries that closed this weekend.
Okay.
There were 4 more grow houses that have been taken down, so they won't be growing, so they won't be filling. You know, the commission really doesn't know what's driving it. I heard one person tell me that it's possibility that they overgrew and, you know, it caused a flat in the market. But I think that it's something that with the major projects that we have funded by the marijuana tax that we really need to watch. So I'm wondering if, and I'm sorry, it's a council. I'm wondering, I know we don't break out by business, we break out by location. And I know there's specific reasons for that. But can we start reporting on the marijuana tax? You know, so we can see it separate from the other taxes and see what the progression is on that. It's not that I don't trust you, it's those major projects that we have that are funded, you know, and sitting on the council, I am, you know, a little worried about projections for the future. It doesn't, I'm not, you know, chicken littling here, but they don't see it improving by the end of the year. And it could be a big problem moving forward. And I don't know, since it is statewide, it has nothing to do with deliveries or sales tax or anything like that. It could be people consuming less, and it could be people consuming edibles versus grow, you know? So I would just like really, for us as a council, to really keep our eyes open and our fingers on the pulse of that one. Please and thank you,
Yes,
if that's possible.
yeah.
We don't need names, you know what I mean?
No, that, yeah, that is why we break that out separately, but we can do something. We can
Is
add
it
to-
broken out separately on here?
Just in the sense of, on the executive summary, we break out that it's up,
Right.
up or down a certain percentage. So along the lines of your comment on the capital projects, so the last couple of years, that special marijuana tax, if you will, or the entire industry in Northglenn generates about $3.1 million of sales tax to the community. And of that $3.1 million, for the capital projects that you're speaking of, we have $1.7 million of that allocated as a revenue source. So,
Right. So we're still in good shape?
so yes, we are.
I want to keep it that way.
So I have a question. Councilmember Brown, you raised this concern. When I look at this report, and we have the revenue report, and it has the taxes, is that what you're asking for? Do you
To
want
see
the
it in a really
marijuana
nifty-
tax separately reported for the month of June?
Well,
Like
for
next
going
time.
forward.
Yes.
Yeah, going forward.
Okay. Does all of council support that recommendation? Yeah.
Thank you.
I just wanted to double check because it was a request by one council member. So now you have council support for that. So.
Great.
And you were still going, so sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Oh, no. Good conversation, so I appreciate the comments. So overall, sales and use tax, positive trends. We'll see throughout. A couple of funds really stick out with one-time building and material use tax revenue, Carl's Farm related. We've touched on that. The timing of that from late last summer through the end of 2021 versus more construction happening early in 2022. We'll just see some timing differences early on in the year as far as when we're doing comparisons year over year. Skipping ahead to the general fund. Touched on sales tax. The total revenue in that fund is $11.8 million, which is up from $9.8 million over the prior year. About $1.7 million of that is one-time construction related at Carl's Farm. Overall, you'll see licenses and permits, not only in the tax area, but in that permitting area is factored in. About $378,000 of that line item is due to growth and construction. Unless anybody had any other questions on general fund revenue, I can move on to the expenditure side.
I don't see any blue hands. Go ahead.
Fantastic. On page 3 of the report, this is broken down by department. Total expenditures are $12.1 million. That's 27% of the spending rate. We'll actually jump up a couple of lines from that bottom line and look at the spending rate of 36.6%. That's more on the operational side of things, which again is in line with historical spending and in line with the 41% threshold that we would set for that fund for total spending. A couple of areas or departments to comment on. No concerns overall. The timing of a couple of things in human resources, staffing or insurance payment all occurs at the start of the year. That went up significantly, about a $68,000 increase there makes up that change. Planning and development, we talked about it last month. The safe built fees for the new construction get allocated to planning and development. So that is up 68% for the year. Parks, Recreation, and Culture, about $400,000 of that is salaries and benefits, staffing, and then the new building where we had additional hires explains the increase there. I think those are kind of the big highlights, if you will. Total spending is up 17% year over year. Again, as planned, so no concerns there, even with that larger percentage that you see. Skipping ahead to the Water Fund, total revenues in that fund are $5.1 million and expenditures of $3.8 million. Only highlight there that I'll make, things are in alignment. Capital outlay spending is at $800,000 on a $14 million budget, so projects are still getting underway and on track to release some funding and commit to some projects there. Biggest point to make here, water usage in that blue box towards the bottom, water usage is up 14.3%. Largely that's due to water consumption up 12.6% year over year through May. So seeing some clouds in the sky that could drop some rain would be really helpful at this time. So whatever you guys need to do to help that out, go for it. Skipping ahead on the Wastewater Fund, total revenues of $2.2 million and expenditures of $4.6 million. Capital outlay, lift station, force main, $3.4 million spent year to date on that project. No other areas to comment on there. Additionally, on the Stormwater Fund, I'll just read the numbers of stormwater revenue being just slightly over $200,000 and expenditures of $46,000. In alignment with budget, you'll see some of the spending is down on capital outlay projects that are still going through the planning and design phase in that fund. And then the last fund on sanitation, $689,000 of revenue with $861,000 of spending. And again, the capital outlay on sanitation vehicles, those are actually vehicles that were ordered in 2021 that were just received in 2022. So it's about a 12-month lag on some of those purchases still. So we'll continue to push as hard as we can on getting that productivity out of our builders there. I'll skip ahead to page 11, which that's our geographic code, tax detail. You'll see overall year-over-year change within Northglenn's boundaries itself, up 6.84%. With taxes, a couple of the centers down slightly. Malley, I think, will be rebounding in June. And then Irma and some of the other ones, some of those are small amounts that can be timing of sales tax being remitted, but nothing hugely alarming to see a 4 to 6% decrease year over year at this point in the year, since this report is really only showing 3 months worth of taxes. So anyway, any other questions that you may have that I can answer?
Councilmember Kondo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Going back to this whole thing about trying to make more water, more rain. I do live close by a school district 12 elementary school, and I noticed their irrigation system is broken. And so it's spewing water, broken sprinkler heads and things of that nature. What mechanism, and maybe this is more for the city manager, do we have to coordinate with the school districts to make sure their irrigation systems aren't needlessly wasting water?
Do you want me to take that?
Sure, go ahead.
I'll reach out to Pat Hamilton with the school district who's in charge of facilities and talk to him about it. Can you remind me of the location again?
Yeah, it's the studio school.
Studio
and
school.
I can give the specifics. Not that one sprinkler head is going to save money or all that water, but, you know, we have to do what we can. I do have one other question, if you'll indulge me, Madam Mayor. On page 11, home business taxes are up 62%. I wonder if you can just kind of explain that. Is that an artifact of COVID and more people doing businesses out of their homes or internet business? Any clairvoyance on that?
I don't have anything specific, but I would agree with your commentary that most likely it's the change in the nature of how people are earning money right now.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Jason? No? Okay.
All right,
Seeing
thank you.
none, thank you. Moving to the consent agenda, is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Please open the vote.
The vote is open.
Please vote.
Find-
Hang on just a second. Having a problem logging in. Oh, they're right.
I'm glad I'm not the only person having performance stress up here.
Takes a while to get used.
Yeah.
Okay, I will close that vote. That vote, and the consent agenda passes unanimously.
Great. All right, moving into public hearing, CB 1987. Joanna, will you read the title, please?
A bill for an ordinance amending the Northglenn Municipal Code by the addition thereto of a new Article 10 of Chapter 7 entitled Vehicular Public Nuisances pertaining to civil abatement of vehicular public nuisances.
I will now open the public hearing on CB 1987. Is there anyone who would like to speak either for or against? Is there anyone on the phone who would like to speak about CB 1987? Okay, hearing none, I will close the public hearing. Next one, CB 1988. Joanna, will you read the title, please?
A bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 4 of the Northglenn Municipal Code by the addition of a new Article 3 entitled Prohibited Residency of Sex Offenders.
I will now open the public hearing on CB 1988. Is there anyone who would like to speak either for or against? Is there anyone on the phone who would like to speak about CB 1988? Okay. Hearing none, I will close the public hearing. Moving into ordinances on second reading, CB 1987, Vehicular Public Nuisances. Is there a motion to approve on second reading?
Motion to approve.
Seconded.
Deputy Chief of Police Darlin will provide a presentation. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to touch base on what we're doing with this presentation, if I can get it.
Advance
Just
it.
advance forward.
I'm sorry, what was it?
And hit the right arrow.
There we go. Sorry about that. So we're here to consider 1987, an ordinance on second reading for amending Chapter 7 of the Municipal Code. This is really all about street racing. Our focus here during our time has been to present to the council the major public issue and major public safety concerns we have regarding our street racing circumstances. And the vehicular public nuisance is the tool that we are looking to bring forth to the city of Northglenn as an opportunity to actually abate this particular problem as it relates to the public safety risk. So street racing and eluding police officers has become a very critical issue, not just for the city of Northglenn, but for the entire metro area. The risk to the public is real. Racers and those attempting to elude police are really creating what has become almost an unchecked public safety issue throughout the metro area. Racers are utilizing highways, local roadways, public spaces, and business corridors to engage in this kind of large gathering. And it's not just the public racing that is an issue. We're seeing violence associated with the large gatherings that these particular racing groups and enthusiasts bring to the communities that they engage. And they're so mobile. They're so able to move from community to community using social media as their networking tool that it's very difficult for the local law enforcement agency in any one of our jurisdictions to really have a long-term or true effect on the public dangers that we're seeing related to it. I've presented these statistics in the past, just kind of looking at what we're seeing. You see looting has increased over 200% over the last couple of years. Street racing really peaked in 2020 with COVID. It's come down, but it hasn't come down much. It is still over its 2019 and previous year totals. Reckless citations, careless citations, speed exhibitions, you can see that those continue to increase within our community in Northglenn. When we look to the public safety solutions, we began a task force in the North Metro area. And that task force included coordination of resources. Over 15 law enforcement agencies in the immediate area were being utilized. We were working every summer, holiday weekend, every weekend from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, combining resources. It took air support from Denver and Colorado State Patrol, social media analysis, intelligence analysis, covert observations, and mobile enforcement. It took all of those resources, which, as you can see, there's no one jurisdiction, including even the largest jurisdiction being Denver, that could really sustain that kind of a public safety presence in the communities that this is occurring in, that could really have an effect on this particular conduct. We did give it a very significant attempt, and we're not going to slow those efforts, but we're looking at additional tools that we can utilize to really drive home what this means to the community and how it really affects public safety. So what you're seeing is communities begin to draft and pass legislation to address this specific issue directly, and not only that, but really to focus on what is the agent of the public nuisance, which is the vehicle itself, right? That is what's creating the nuisance itself. You've seen Denver, Colorado Springs, Aurora, Greenwood Village, and now Northglenn push forward with some type of legislation to help officers try to really abate this issue within their communities. What we're seeing with this is within Northglenn's process, we're going to look to our municipal court. We're going to put forth a process in our municipal court that'll give the ability of the judge and the court to adjudicate these instances. They'll create a civil remedy. This process will create a civil remedy that we'll be able to adjudicate through our civil court in Northglenn. And what it really does is it gives us the ability to impound the vehicle, right? It's called a closure. But what it is it's us on an order taking that vehicle from the individual so that the actual action element of the public nuisance is no longer in their hands to engage in that type of a practice. So what we're seeing with this is that it identifies conduct associated with street racing that's prohibited, and it includes street racing, speed contests. Most people look at those and think they're the same thing. They're really not. Street racing is two cars, side by side, and speed contests are timed events. We have both of those kind of things going in our communities, right? Similar type of public safety issue. Minimum speed regulations, that's the offenders utilizing other people within the group to slow down traffic, block, obstruct traffic in the effort to bring forth the ability for them to use the roadway for that street race. It's done on the highways quite a bit, but it can be done on the local streets as well by blocking off access entry points to the local road. A good example would be from maybe 104th to 104th to 112th on Huron, right? There are a limited number of street accesses, and we've seen the ability for them to use that type of a roadway to block access to the roadway so that people can race up and down a particular location. It's much more consistent on the highways, but it occurs in the local roadways as well. Reckless driving, careless driving, criminal mischief, and trespass, those are part of the ordinance because these type of behaviors are what we're seeing in the large group gatherings, right? They're taking over shopping malls, they're taking over parking lots, they're taking over public roadways in large numbers. Careless driving, what we're seeing is that, and the reckless driving, the individuals that are part of the group are distracting and decoying our resources, taking our resources and splitting them by engaging in that kind of conduct. They'll flee from the locations and recklessly spin out of parking lots and carelessly drive through areas that are not roadway, sidewalk areas, medians, grass areas. They'll utilize those techniques to split our resources. And in a community like Northglenn, that could take up all of our resources chasing individuals in different directions. So when we see these violations in connection to street racing, we want to be able to take that type of an action against that individual who's engaged in that conduct to support their cohorts in the street racing process. The proposed ordinance, it really addresses the significant increase in traffic violations and suspected offenders, as well as looting, which is what we're seeing, not just related to street racing, but related to any type of criminal conduct that we attempt to stop vehicles for, whether it be simple traffic, right down to calls of, vehicle descriptions for robberies, shootings, and violence, right? So we're seeing tremendous increase in looting. And when we're able to identify those vehicles and they're not associated with a stolen automobile, we want to be able to hold those individuals accountable and bring those vehicles into this closure process. Again, because those eludings, complete disregard for public safety through intersections, through red lights, through stop signs, and at speeds that, shock and really, quite honestly, create a complete danger to the public in every sense of the way. The court can abate these vehicles through the public nuisance process. It's a temporary restraining order to, like I said, closure of the vehicle. What it is really an impoundment. That's the best way to frame it as far as lay terms are concerned. And then it establishes that due process for those individuals who have a possessory or ownership interest in the vehicle. So this gives that process back to that individual so that they can adjudicate that. We do realize that there are going to be circumstances where this is not the owner of the vehicle that's engaged in this conduct. However, we have to have a process that takes the element that the individual is using to create the public nuisance, and that's the vehicle. And that's where we actually have our tools focused. It's on the vehicle itself. It will bring those individuals into court. They will have to adjudicate that through the system and through our due process in order to get that vehicle back or to abate it in a measure that doesn't include maybe closure of the vehicle. It could include measures issued by the court that would be prohibiting their children from using the vehicles, making sure that the kids don't have access to the vehicles, and as well as other creative ways that could be, conjured up through the court, right? The court really has almost full autonomy in the process as long as they go through the judicial process to really identify what that abatement is, right? So with that, I would happily take any questions from council with regard to this.
Councilmember Kondo?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Question for you, Deputy Chief. I wonder, seems like the effectiveness would be much more compelling if we have surrounding cities, whether it's Westminster or Thornton. Do we have an effort afoot to kind of get them educated and aware and potentially serving up a similar sort of ordinance for those cities?
So with this process, I've been working with our agencies that are part of our Metro Task Force, and that's pretty much all of the adjoining agencies to the city of Northglenn. I don't know the status of where they are in their process with bringing ordinances forward. But when I worked with our city attorney, that was one of the things we wanted to keep working on, was identifying what processes the adjoining cities could engage in, but also looking to us having kind of an MOU with adjoining cities or with other cities in the metro area where when we close on a vehicle, because we know that some of these vehicles that are being used in Northglenn belong in Denver, right? Or they belong in Arvada, or they belong in Aurora. And, getting to the point where we as a community in the metro area can really identify, look, if you find this vehicle and we've put it out there as, needing to be, closed and these orders have been issued, then your car, our car, kind of an MOU, so that we can hold the cars that they're looking for and they can hold the cars that we're looking for, and we can all work together. And that's going to be a step-by-step process. It's not something that we're already set for. I don't think it's going to be something that's going to be immediate, but it is an end goal down the line to really introduce, multiple cities with this type of an ordinance, and each community is going to draft their own and really identify what they can do within their community and within their government structure. Our government structure provides us the opportunity to do this as a home rule community. Some other jurisdictions aren't set up that way, and they won't have that opportunity. They'll have to do it in a different manner. But that MOU with other jurisdictions to kind of our car, your car, to when they find the car that we've already identified as being a vehicle that needs to be impounded, they may be able to help us with that, and we may be able to help them with that issue as well.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Brown?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My concern, and it has been since the last time we talked about this, is other ownership, right? I can't see mom and dad letting their sons or daughters jack up their cars and make them race cars, but the car could still be in their name even though the son or daughter drives it. How can we, and it was my question that came to me after we spoke last time, how can it be enforced that little Johnny can't drive that car? And how can it, we don't have any mechanism to report it to the DMV for them to lose their license, or is that part of the recommendation? And then, little Johnny can't drive the car, but we can't effectively force them to exclude him from insurance or anything like that. So how is that all gonna work? I mean, what's the best case scenario in that type of situation?
So the court will have the ability to issue temporary restraining orders, and that order could include, the son, daughter, child, or whoever was operating that motor vehicle from operating that motor vehicle in the future. And if we were to find that individual was, like, maybe they're out driving and we make just a general traffic stop, it's not related to street racing, but that TRO came up in the computer system when we ran the vehicle and the license plate. If that individual was operating the vehicle, that would be able to be a remedy by the judge. The judge would be able to call that owner back into court based on that violation and bring that individual in. And it could be that they're subject again to the vehicle being closed and taken, or it could be that the judge wants to hold that individual in contempt of the restraining order that they agreed to. And there can be fines and or penalties adjudicated by the judge in those circumstances. Is it as simple as, the way we treat DUIs, where we put some type of a device on the car so that they can't operate it when they're intoxicated? No, it's not quite that simple. There will have to be an adjudication step through the courts when those circumstances arise. With regard to insurance, no, I don't think we could preclude them from having insurance on a vehicle, nor would we want to, because that would add liability to the community, right? But there could be circumstances under the TRO which are crafted in the courts, and they agree to these terms prior to the TRO issued, or they're ordered by the court. It's one of the two. It's either ordered or agreed to. When they violate those, there are ramifications through the court, through the adjudication process, to bring them back into court and hold them accountable for those misdeeds.
I think I'm confused on when you say restraining order. I'm used to a restraining order that I have out on Nick. He can't be within 3,000 feet of me, right? What are you speaking to when you say a restraining order on this?
So on these, you can restrain the individual from operating the motor vehicle. You can restrain the owner from operating the motor vehicle. You could restrain their child from operating the motor vehicle, or whoever was engaged in the conduct. It could be their nephew, their niece, their cousin, whoever it was that engaged in that conduct. There are restraining orders through the courts, civil in nature, and that's what this is, civil in nature, that would provide a very similar result as if you had a restraining order on an individual and they violated it. It's a violation of a court order, and that judge or that municipality or that judicial branch has jurisdiction over that particular issue, and they can come in and identify what the remedies of violating that order can be. We're not making these criminal, right? So these are civil. So those violations are going to be fines, penalties, and closure of the vehicle. And closure means, like, let's say the solution for your example is that it really is the son of the vehicle owner that was driving the vehicle. The owner comes into that court system along with the son, and the judge takes to heart that the owner of this vehicle is going to be able to maintain the circumstances and keep that occupant out of the vehicle. They agree to those terms. They pay a fine, whatever the cost was, maybe to get through the court system in the process. And for the next year, 364 days, they're not allowed to have their son operate that motor vehicle. 4 months down the line, Northglenn Police Department stops that car for an unknown traffic violation or some other circumstance, came in contact with the vehicle, and lo and behold, the son's driving the automobile. We would get that information because it would be logged into the system, into the CCIC system, and we would be able to then draft a report to the court saying the subject violated a restraining order. That individual would be called back into the court, and the court could then close the vehicle and say, well, you know what, we gave you an opportunity, but now we're going to take the vehicle for the next 364 days. Or now we're going to say, nope, we're going to require another fine of this amount of money, and we're going to close the vehicle. So there can be a myriad of responses by the judge, but it is a judicial response that's got to be managed through the courts.
I have just one more.
Yeah, go
Is that
ahead.
okay? In regards to the other jurisdictions that are looking into doing this, like Aurora and stuff, do you see somebody getting a ticket in Aurora and us being us being notified that they shouldn't be driving that car due to street racing or whatever?
I do think that that's a framework and that has to be built, still in the system, right? We have CCIC notifications that we can utilize for similar type notifications. So yes, we have that infrastructure there, but to really develop it as a metro-wide utilization is going to take some time. But where this has the most value is in that closure, right? When we have individuals who are operating their own car or maybe operating a car that's in their parents' name but really is theirs, closure of that vehicle is going to be the most immediate effect that we have on it. But there are other terms through the civil process that can be utilized that don't have to reach the level of literal closure of the car. And I think that's kind of one of the good things about the ordinance is it doesn't always have to reach the level of closure. It could reach any level in between closure and fines that could help us get where we want to get.
And I'm sorry.
Yeah, I've got 3 myself. Go ahead.
Okay. Stolen cars that are then used for these kind of activities. Is the owner held? No, the owner is not held responsible. Okay.
If the car was reported stolen at the time of the commission of the offense, then the owner would not have culpability in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to weigh in, Corey?
Yeah, I just want to give one other scenario that I think frankly is going to be really likely, and that is that, let's say your 17 or 18-year-old son or daughter is the one that drives the vehicle and eludes. So the police department does not cite that individual at the time they elude because they let the car go. They don't pursue. They eventually are able to seize the vehicle. My hunch is that at least some parents are going to have a choice between keeping their car or getting their child to admit the offense. If their child admits that offense, the number of points on one's license that results in will cause that individual to lose their license. So there's another way this also works in addition in terms of putting pressure on the system to get the folks that are culpable to actually be held accountable criminally as well.
Thank you.
Okay, I have 3. First one is, you keep talking about the court has the ability. Can you not tow in the moment?
So the way the ordinance is drafted, we do have the ability, if we were able to apprehend the vehicle, right, and they engaged in street racing or these different issues, looting, for example, yes, we would be able to close in the moment, but then we have to file the request, a case. We have to file a case with the court to get that temporary restraining order issued as quickly as possible, because there is a due process for the owners and for the people that have an ownership interest or a proprietary interest in the vehicle. We have to get them into the court as quickly as possible for those circumstances. But the ordinance is written in a manner that we can close that vehicle even prior to the actual TRO being issued, but that's only when we're able to actually apprehend the individual kind of in the act.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's my other question. How often can that happen?
For eluding, very rarely, right?
Okay.
Eluding, if that occurs, what happens when we find the car, it's usually later, so we don't pursue. But we were able to identify the vehicle, and maybe it's, the vehicle is in Westminster. Maybe we're able to make a notification to Westminster, and they're like, yep, car's parked out in front of the house right now. Okay, that would be a circumstance where we could go and close that vehicle very quickly and then drag them into court backwards, kind of. Still would be the same process, still file with the court. It's a civil process, but the closure would be immediate, right? And then we have to get the court to issue that temporary restraining order to maintain the closure or to turn the vehicle back over if the court found that, it didn't meet the criteria or the circumstances.
Okay. I think eluding is the biggest concern I have, because how often, can you kind of give us an example that you have enough information when they're eluding? So if you see the car and you're like, well, there it went and I can't chase it, do I have enough? Can I
Often.
zoom in? Okay.
Yes. So we have in-car cameras, super
Right.
helpful, right? But what we're doing in those circumstances is oftentimes, very rarely does a violation occur and the officer pull over a stop within, just a few hundred feet of that violation. They get behind the vehicle, they run the license plate number, they make observations, they identify how many occupants are in the vehicle, they identify the location they're at, they start radioing to dispatch. So very often, we're able to identify much about the car before an actual eluding event takes place. The officers then will will turn on lights, turn on sirens to give them a visual and audio that they need to stop for the officers. That's when the eluding occurs. Now, that's not every circumstance. There are many circumstances where they see a marked squad car behind them and they never even give us a chance really to try to gather as much information as we would normally gather in a circumstance, but they'll elude immediately even before we'll turn on lights. Those circumstances is actually going to take a training element for our officers, because you can't elude if we didn't try to stop you, right? So we've got to make sure our officers understand all the different parameters that are part of this in order for them to stay within the rules of what we need to do in order to establish truly what eluding is. They have to be given that audible sound. They have to be given those sirens. They have to be given an opportunity to stop for the officer. And there are circumstances where that occurs, and it's a run a red light and they've got a good distance on us and we try to get up behind them and they see us coming and they're gone. We may not be able to do a whole lot in those circumstances, but that's really the less often than the more normal circumstance, which is a traffic violation, or we see a car that matches a description of an offense that was dispatched, and we try to get enough information, get up close, get a license plate, a make, a model, a color, and then we try to make that stop. And then they elude.
So last question. On a handful of occasions, which more than one is a problem, I have been on I-25 when they have set up their thing, right? They're all along the side. They do their slow down thing. It is scary. It is not safe for drivers. And every single time, there is not a cop to be found. So how is the task force being proactive if just a random citizen is encountering this 4 times?
So the way the task force is really proactive is through the intelligence process, right? We're monitoring these pages that we have identified as being utilized for street racing. And we're actually setting up locations. We know where they're going to go because the social media, we're reading it live as it's being dispatched through Facebook and through Instagram and Twitter. We're monitoring those feeds, and as they post, we're shifting resources to try to stop the large gatherings. The large gatherings are one of the big problems. We've seen a lot of violence associated with large gatherings. We've recovered guns in cars when we do make stops. We've had shootings, we've had shots fired calls. So they're associated with those large gatherings. So the intelligence side of that is really where we're most proactive. It's gathering that information prior to the operation even beginning. Those things are going out on social media all week. We're monitoring that. We're identifying the largest locations where we're seeing the largest traffic through Facebook, through social media, through Twitter, through Instagram. And we're trying to interact with those communities to say, hey, we probably have a really large event coming up over here. What can we do to, shut this down before it even gets started? That's our best tool, right? Shut it down before it even gets started. But we're using covert cars to identify individuals that are involved in street racing. The task force is using helicopters and air support to identify where those vehicles are instead of chasing them through the cities and through the streets because it's unsafe. So there are quite a few things that are being done at the task force level, but that's really for the here and now of large street racing events. If every city had this particular type of an ordinance within it, as law enforcement were able to identify those incidents in those cities, they would be able to start these processes. And while it may not be immediate, it may not be today, it might be 2 weeks from now, it might be a month from now, we would be able to enact the closure of that vehicle down the line. And that would start to really have an effect on whether or not these individuals think, hey, having my car out of play for up to a calendar year is a real deterrent to being involved in these type of events. And that's, I think, where we'll get the most bang for our buck from the street racing side. Same thing with the looting. When we finally identify these vehicles and they're not stolen and that is someone's car, we may not be able to tell who was driving it and who eluded us, but we can tell that was the vehicle that eluded us, bring it into the closure through this, and we can really change conduct and behavior through that penalty of, I got to think twice about running from the police because my car is going to be gone for a year or up to a year, if that's the case.
Okay. Is it a Colorado State Patrol thing to ask that they put a car under a bridge somewhere on a Friday night? Like, is that, because it just seems odd. I mean, it seems like it's just a free way for them to just.
Yeah, I mean, it's very organized, believe it or not. Like most of the street racing events are organized events. However, there are, smaller groups that roam from event to event, and they take their trek through whatever community they're most familiar with or whatever highways that, the fastest for them. And those individuals engage in that same conduct in an unorganized manner, right? They're not with the larger group, but hey, I've got an opportunity from 104th to 120th. Let's you four slow us down and us two are gonna race, and it occurs. Could we intersect it? Yes, we could, but that's gonna be more of the random intersection than it is gonna be the more random interaction than it is gonna be an organized interaction, because we're really spreading our resources out based on the intelligence we have utilizing through the task force process.
Okay, thank you. It's a big deal. Okay. Any other questions or comments for the deputy chief?
Can I ask just one?
Yes. Councilmember
And this
Brown.
one might not be for you. How soon will we get this information out to the public? You know what I mean? Will it be after we vote on it, then Diana will work her magic, make sure everybody knows about it like we did with the homeless shelter? I'm just curious how fast it could all get moving. Because I would assume once we start this and we start to get it more in place and everything, Westminster and Thornton are going to have to come along, especially Westminster with 36. I'm just curious to how long before we start putting the word
We
out.
can put a push out in terms of our social media channels and on our website. Diana, remind me when Connection goes out. Is that the last week in July?
We sent it to print around the 25th now, the print for the next one.
So it's a pretty quick turnaround time. We can get it in the August edition.
Okay. I'm just really curious to see what the reaction will be. Most of those people that are street racing aren't going to be calling us on the phone and saying, this is bullshit. Oh, sorry.
No, they're not.
But I am curious to see what the public's reaction is going to be to it.
We'll begin forming our internal process, and I've already been working with the courts ahead of this ordinance being presented to try to get our process in place. So we will move as quickly as we can to start utilizing the tool, but there still will be tweaks and work throughs with the process until we get it, finalized and we see how it runs through and what works smoothly and what doesn't.
And we can also add data points to the PD monthly report.
I would like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
great. That would be great. If we can get some news coverage like we did with the rec center, that'd be terrific too.
Yeah, Diana can, that's a good point. Diana can do some outreach to media and see if they're interested. I'm sure they would be.
Great, thank you. Okay, please open the vote.
The vote is open.
Please vote.
I'm looking.
I will close that vote, and CB 1987 on second reading passes unanimously.
All right, CB 1988, prohibited residency of sex offenders. Is there a motion to approve on second reading?
Motion approved.
Second.
All right, Deputy Chief is still here. Hello.
Good evening. All right, as we move to CB 1988, this is an ordinance on second reading regarding the limitations of registered sex offenders and where they can reside temporarily and/or permanently within the city of Northglenn. As we move through this ordinance, so this restricts the permanent and/or temporary residence of any person who has been found to be a sexually violent predator pursuant to 183414.5 of the CRS. And really, this ordinance just builds off of what is already set as statute in Colorado. We're not creating any new statutes or anything like that. This is really a municipal ordinance that builds off of 183414.5 under the CRS. And it really focuses on people that are convicted of felony offenses requiring registration, individuals who have multiple convictions for offenses under the registration requirement, and whose offenses requiring registration involve multiple victims. What it does is it establishes prohibited distances, and that's all it really focuses on. It prohibits registered sex offenders from establishing a permanent or temporary residence within 750 feet of any school. We looked at the distances over the last couple of times the ordinance was up and over our discussion period, and what we had heard from council was that the schools are our number one focus on where we need to protect kids, right? The 750-foot distance is the greatest distance within the ordinance, right? So 750 feet from any public or private school within the city of Northglenn. Right now, there are 12 public schools. We had 13. One just finished up its last year and will be moving into Thornton. But we have 12 current schools within the city. And then it'll push 500 feet from any park, playground, licensed daycare centers, rec centers, or swimming pools, public rec center or swimming pool. So if it's a private pool in a yard, that has no effect on the ordinance. It needs to be a public, open to the public type pool. And any place adjacent to any designated private or public bus stop for schools. So 750 feet, again, we talked primarily about just protecting kids where we know they are on a daily basis, and that's the schools. When you look at our parks, we want to protect the kids 500 feet from the park, 500 feet from any daycare center, 500 feet from any playground, play lot, 500 feet from our recreation center, any public open to the public pool, and adjacent bus stops. There are a few exceptions to the ordinance. Once the ordinance is passed, any residents established prior to the passage of this ordinance, so if they currently live in this location now and the ordinance passes, we wouldn't be able to do anything with those individuals, right? Once they gave up that residency for any reason, they left that residency, then they wouldn't be prohibited. They would be prohibited from moving back into the residence, establishing residency again there, but if they're there now, they basically can remain there. Any person placed into a residence pursuant to state Colorado foster care program, the state has that right. Our ordinance wouldn't be able to override that right that the state has. They have that need to be able to place individuals into these care facilities, and we wouldn't be able to restrict that. And then any facility that was prohibited under the ordinance which is opened after residency has been established. So if we were to create a new park, open up a new public swimming pool somewhere, a daycare center opens somewhere in Northglenn and there's somebody that lives within the 500 feet, they they would be grandfathered in similarly to the way they are currently if they live there right now. So if there are new locations that are identified, those would also be exceptions to the ordinance. With that, I'll take any questions you might have on this particular issue.
Council have any questions? No? Okay, thank you so much. Please open the vote.
Vote is open.
Please vote.
I will close that vote, and CB 1988 on second reading passes unanimously.
Okay, moving into resolutions. We have 3 this evening. The first one is CR 113. Joanna, will you read the title, please?
A resolution approving a professional services agreement between the City of Northglenn and Collins Engineers Incorporated for engineering services for the Community Center Drive Bridge Rehabilitation Project.
Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, Ken Kisselman, Director of Public Works, is here to provide a summary. Hi, Ken.
Hi, good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Thanks for having me. For those new members, this is started back in 2019. We get bridge inspections every 2 years, and those are performed through CDOT. And we noticed in ours, we had a deficiency in Community Center Drive. So we hired Atkins Engineering to do a structural assessment. And then based on that structural assessment, we found some deficiencies. Those are in the report. I can go through those if you like. It's pretty, they just didn't do some gapping that was required on the abutments. And when I say abutments, I mean as the approaches on each side of the bridge. So not the bridge superstructure itself, just, kind of as you come up and the bridge begins to build. So there's some repairs that need to be made there. Based on what the recommendations were from Atkins, we went out and applied for some grant funding. We received that grant funding in 2020, and we've been working with CDOT to try to get the plans and things completed. That's a arduous process to get that approved, and Collins Engineering is provided an estimate to get that information done. The design of the plans, the submittals through CDOT, the clearances through CDOT, the bidding process, all of that, all of those items that are required. Their contract, or what they're asking for, is $142,355. And I'll answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions for Ken? Don't see any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please open the vote.
The vote is open.
Please vote.
I'll close that vote, and CR 113 passes unanimously.
Moving on to CR 116. Joanna, will you read the title, please?
A resolution approving a professional services agreement between the City of Northglenn and Terracon Consultants Incorporated for the environmental site assessment services for Phase 2 of the Northglenn Civic Center project.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, our Director of Planning and Development, Brooks Svoboda, is here to provide us some.
Good morning, Mayor, or good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good morning.
Has the sun come up yet? I can't, I don't know. What day is it? All right, here we go. We are here before you tonight presenting Council Resolution 116 to award a contract in the amount of $85,972 with a 20% contingency of $17,194 for additional soils testing for the Phase 2 redevelopment of the site. So the purpose for bringing this forward is that we met with CDPH&E, Colorado Department of Health and Environment, on putting together our voluntary cleanup permit, which is known as the VCUP. So I'll be referring to that in my dialogue here. So we met with the CDPH&E staff. They looked at all the existing data we had and said, we want to have a tighter grid pattern than what has previously been done in order to better evaluate and potentially minimize the amount of over excavation that may be required down the road. So with that, we went back to our consultant. They put together a package that reflects the input that we received from CDPH&E, and that's what you have before you tonight. One thing I would mention that's not specifically identified in the packet that we'll be bringing forward to you in a larger conversation in the coming weeks is that we would be looking at this VCUP application in combination with a Brownfields grant, which is from IIJA, the Infrastructure Act bill, there's going to be a release of funding in the fall. So what we would be looking to do is that for the actual remediation is to apply for a Brownsfield grant with this information for that. The last point I'll bring up is that the reason for the 20% contingency, which is typically higher than what we normally do for these types of contracts, is because once we do this original round of testing that we've identified, there may be some additional sites that CDPH&E wants us to do a little bit more investigation to make sure that we narrow or minimize the amount of work that may be required. We don't anticipate that necessarily on the onset, but knowing the conversation that we had with CDPH&E staff, we wanted to add this contingency for council's consideration so we wouldn't have to come back to you. Timing is a factor in all of this in terms of moving forward with phase 2 and how we will be approaching that. With that, I'll open it up. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from council? I don't see any.
Thank you.
Good morning. Rest of your day. Please open the vote.
The vote is open.
Please vote.
I will close that vote, and CR 116 passes unanimously.
CR 117. Joanna, will you read the title, please?
A resolution approving a co-term agreement between the City of Northglenn and Axon Enterprise Incorporated for additional body-worn and in-car camera systems and authorizing the city manager to approve future contract amendments for additional equipment.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, Commander Heidi Waltz is here to provide a summary. Hello.
Mayor, Council, how are you doing tonight? So tonight I'm here to present Council Resolution 117, which, as she explained, is a resolution to approve a co-term agreement to add additional OSP 7 body-worn cameras to our already current 10-year agreement. As part of that, though, we're also asking that from this point forward, because we already have the agreement, that Council approve the city manager to approve any of those additional OSP 7 packages that come in for both body-worn cameras and in-car cameras. As you remember, it's been almost a little over 2 years, I think, when we first presented the body-worn cameras to council. And looking at that, and around that same time, if you remember, Senate Bill 217 was coming into effect. And then last year in July, House Bill 1250 came into effect. And both those discussed that agencies had to have the body-worn cameras for their law enforcement officers. So you guys, looking at that last into November of 2020, approved the 10-year agreement. Well, what we're looking at now, as we had discussed back then, is we're going to add additional staffing. We presented a 7-year staffing plan to you guys as well, and looked at that, and so we have additional bodies that have been coming on. This year, we've added 5 additional positions. Those were already approved. We actually presented to council, as part of our budget, the money for that first year of the agreement to cover those OSP 7 plans. So now it's basically getting that added into the 10-year agreement. With adding it into the 10-year agreement, what we do is we add the warranty, the terms, the conditions, the maintenance, everything into those additional plans. So they all drop into that 10-year agreement. So we're looking for that, as well as then as we go on and add any additional personnel to our allocations, that those new plans will have to be co-termed into that agreement at that time. So we feel that bringing that to council every single time is just repetitive. You guys have already approved the plan, you will approve the staffing. So basically it's just adding it into the agreement. So we're looking that the city manager then can go ahead and approve those from this point forward. At this point, if you notice, the budget implications are listed on there for you. Like I said, this year's already been allocated. We'll be putting in the future budgets, and those are always dependent upon that. But as we increase our FTEs, that's what we're looking for the approval for. So I'll answer any questions.
Councilmember Condon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Commander, just a question, and maybe it's just my ignorance or professional learning. So are these cameras, when they're assigned to an individual, they're not issued when they go out on patrol?
No, they're assigned to, by the law, each individual officer has to have a body camera.
Okay,
so every
serial
officer that
number
has one.
attached to a
Yes.
person, it's not community equipment?
Not community equipment. We do have a couple spares, so in case one malfunctions or breaks down, we do have spares to issue to them, but at that point, they're actually assigned to that officer until they get the regular camera back.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Over the course of the 10-year plan, will we continue to look for grant money and things to pay for these? Because that's originally, we got grant money to pay for the original batch, didn't we? A portion of it? No?
I don't believe we did. No.
No?
No. There are potential that are grants that are out there, and I keep my eye out for them. But I'll let you know, there's a lot of agencies also that don't have even the resources that we do. And so, those grants are funded on a need basis. So I will keep looking for them, though.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Nope. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please open the vote.
The vote is open.
Please vote.
I will close that vote. CR 117 passes unanimously.
Okay, we have 4 discussion items this evening. The first one is Employee Compensation and Turnover Project. Tamara Dixon, our Director of Human Resources, is here to speak with council.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Hi.
I've had an exposure, so I will leave my mask on since we're sharing the mic tonight.
Okay.
So last October, we indicated to Council that this year we'd be taking a deeper look at compensation. We have partnered with a new compensation consultant, Lori Graves, who is here with us tonight from Oklahoma. Lori will give the lion's share of the presentation, but what you will see tonight is the first part of her analysis. It's really a way to give council an overview of what Lori is seeing in our market and what a compensation market analysis is. You won't see any recommendations tonight. As you'll note in the presentation, we will bring forward recommendations based on this work on September 19th. So with that, I will turn it over to Lori.
Thank you. Is the presentation loaded? Okay, awesome. Good evening. Thank you for allowing time for this on the meeting this evening. I appreciate it. And fortunately, I think you can see me over the podium. I was a little worried about that when I was sitting back there, but I think you can see me. So as Tamara mentioned, what we're going to be going through this evening is really an overview of the project because it is very much still in the works. We are kind of working our way through the analysis, but we wanted to make sure that each of you had an understanding of kind of the depth that we were going into, what the process steps looked like, the deliverables, and then also a little bit of a discussion of kind of the history of what has been going on with pay and a lot of what's influencing the market right now because it's been a unusual, to say the least, time in the labor market. And so we wanted to share some of that information with you before we come with recommendations in September. Background, we are a human resource consulting firm, but we specialize in municipal sector compensation, and the vast majority of our clients are in Colorado, in and around the Denver-Boulder area, so we're very familiar with the labor market and the municipal positions here. I am the president of the organization. Eric Marburger is one of our senior consultants. He's been working on the project some in the background, and we have another consultant that's also been working on it as well. So the intent of the project, as I'm sure you probably are aware, is to ensure that the city can continue to recruit and retain the talent that you need, particularly in a growing area like Northglenn. And one of the primary tools that you have to do that is ensuring that you're paying competitively to the market. So that's our goal, is to look at market and be able to ensure that your pay structures and the pay of employees within those structures is competitive to market. We also want to keep an eye on internal equity, right? So we are going to be looking at market, but when we place positions, we also look at them from an internal equity standpoint. We want to make sure that the other thing you do is stay in compliance with the Colorado Equal Pay for Equal Work Act. And as a part of that, in addition to our market study, we are doing a full equal pay analysis that actually will afford the city some safe harbor compliance within that act. So our goal, the scope of our project, is to provide recommendations about on your current pay structure to, again, make sure that they're current, make sure that we're pulling data from a statistically valid market area so that it's really representative of the labor market that you're competing in. And when we do this, we're going to include not just what the pay structure should look like, but we'll have recommendations for ongoing maintenance, recommendations for implementation, which, depending on what the dollars are, maybe could be a phased implementation. So we'll have all of that included as well.
So just an overview of our process and methodology when we do this. We begin this project, and we began this project by meeting with the entire leadership team within the city to talk about the process, to talk about the scope, and to discuss specific areas of concern that each of them might be seeing or feeling related to compensation in their area, so that we knew we were not just coming in and doing kind of a boilerplate approach, that we were really looking at the issues that were most important that were occurring here. We looked at everything related to your current state because this is our first year being engaged with the city. So we went in and did an analysis, looked at all the job descriptions, looked at your current pay structure, looked at the history of how that structure had been maintained and what kind of pay increases had occurred so that we were really familiar. Then we met with each of the department heads individually so that we could really make sure that we understood the span and scope of each of the positions that exist in the city. Because no matter how many municipalities we work for, everybody has some uniqueness in the way they organize their jobs, what they expect of people, what their qualifications are, the way they combine roles. So we don't ever want to just look at a job title and say, oh, we know what that is, right? We want to make sure. And even with really in-depth job descriptions, I've found that there's really no replacement for a discussion with a leader to make sure I understand the important elements of a job. So we went through and did that. And then we wanted to make sure that we're pulling it from a defined market area that makes sense for you, right? So that when you say we have a market-based pay system, you actually know what that means and you can define what that market is. So we met with all of the department heads to discuss that. We brought in our recommendations. And what this includes for Northglenn are basically all of the jurisdictions within the Denver-Boulder area and the northern Colorado area, right? So there are two real primary data sources, and Employers Council is the largest one, and Employers Council defines regions, and so that region defined as Denver-Boulder and northern Colorado is what we're looking at. This is just to give you kind of a big picture list of what all the organizations are that entails. Now, it does vary a little bit year to year because not everybody participates in the surveys every year. The majority of who's on here, though, are pretty constant. We generally can get that data every year. In addition to those cities, towns, and counties, we do include special districts. So for things like park and rec and water, we have special districts that we look at. And it includes private sector data for those private sector organizations that report to Employers Council, because we know that many of your positions you're also competing with private sector for. You're not really just competing with other municipalities. So once we've established the market and we've understand the jobs, we go out and look in the data sources, and the two primary data sources we use, as I mentioned, is Employers Council, previously called Mountain States Employers Council, you might be familiar with, and then the Colorado Municipal League. And it's truly an advantage for all of our clients in Colorado to have those sources because none of the other states we operate in have that much municipal data available, and particularly not for those prices. So it's one of the reasons we do a lot of business in Colorado because it's a much more affordable place to work. We know that all of the vast majority of your positions are similar to positions in the market, but every organization we work with has a handful of positions that are simply unique. They have come up in a unique way and they serve a unique purpose in that organization, and there isn't necessarily going to be good external benchmarks for it. So when we find that, we place those positions on your structure based on their internal relative value, meaning we look at those jobs, the span and scope of responsibility requirements. We look at other similar jobs across the city and we align them that way. So every job has a benchmark associated with it so that we can also identify how that position moves in the marketplace. Many times we might blend benchmarks together to be accurate for a job, or we might take a benchmark and scope it up because you might have a job that looks very much like somebody else's job, but you might require more experience or a higher certification, right? So we want to make sure we account for those. So we get very detailed to make sure that the market data we're pulling on each job is really reflective of the way that role looks within the city. And then once we've done all that, what we call job matching, we go out and extract actual wages being paid by other employers for people performing similar work, meaning we're not just comparing their pay range to your pay range and saying, oh, okay, we're ballpark. We're pulling the actual wages being paid and ensuring that we're building a range around that. So from a pay structure, once we've completed all of this analysis, what we'll be bringing back is recommended either revisions or potentially a redesign of what the pay structures look like for the city right now. We will also recommend placement for every single position onto that pay structure, right? So that we know each job is in the grade associated with its market value. In addition to that, once we've got that piece of it done, we will be taking all of the census data, meaning what is everybody earning in those jobs right now, and we'll do a financial impact analysis that says, if you were to implement this, this is what the cost would be. We'll also make sure that we're addressing things like pay compression. That's obviously gotten to be a huge issue over the last 8 months in particular. As entry-level wages rise, it compresses wages all the way up. So we've got to have solutions for how you can address that, but how you can do it in a sustainable way. We'll also be looking at providing recommendations to make sure that the city has everything they need to keep the structures current moving forward. So we will include all of the methodology so that you don't necessarily have to do a full consultant analysis every year. You have what you need to go in and ensure that you can keep them tied to market, and you don't have to do as big of a project every year. So we want to make sure that you can be as self-sufficient as possible. So in addition to that, as we mentioned, we are going to be doing a pay equity analysis. So ensuring that the city is compliant under Colorado's Equal Pay for Equal Work Act. And one of the benefits to doing that, in addition to simply knowing that you are being appropriate from a pay equity standpoint, is that the law does provide for some safe harbor protection so that in the future, if an employee were to bring a pay disparity claim and they should win, that doesn't mean that you can't lose a pay disparity claim. What it means is that if you do, you wouldn't be subject to any of the liquidated damages that comes along with that. You'd only have to make somebody whole. And that's generally the larger portion of the settlement. So it's great to have safe harbor compliance. And in order to do that, that's an analysis you'd have to run every 2 years because that compliance lasts for a couple of years. So in addition to the things that we've talked about, what we know is that in addition to just actual base pay rates, there are a lot of other things, a lot of other tools and levers that employers use to ensure that they're staying competitive to the market. So we're going to be looking at things like hiring or retention bonuses. Those have gotten to be hugely popular, as I'm sure you've heard, used to be in a handful of jobs, now in quite a few jobs. Looking at things like pay increases for additional certifications, building progressive levels of jobs where those make sense so that you can show a progression and a career progression to people to help from a retention standpoint. And then again, ensuring that you have competitive market and merit increases each year so that you don't just get tied to market, you stay tied to market. I think this is where I'm going to hand it over to you. I'm going to let Heather cover these things for you.
Thanks, Lori. So in the next 3 slides, I'm going to walk council through a background of what we have today and how we got there as a reference point, because again, as Lori mentioned, there may be changes to our plans moving forward. So we want you to have the background on why we have what we have today. So currently we have a step system for sworn employees. So sworn employees being all of our police officers, command staff, less sergeants, lieutenants, commanders, deputy chief, and chief. They're in an open range plan, but part of what we consider the police department pay plan. We decreased the number of steps for the sworn plan in 2018. So that was work that we focused on with council after I started my tenure as city manager here. We updated the methodology of the market. We did what I refer to as casting the net. So we broadened the market. We had a very limited number of comparable cities that we used. I think it was around 8 cities that we compared ourselves to, which was very limiting in terms of thinking about when you're talking about comparison cities and market, who are we potentially going to lose our staff to? So we brought in that. We also designed a system off of midpoint. So historically, and I know this gets somewhat technical in the weeds, we weren't using actual salary data points to establish a midpoint of the range. So we were just using a really antiquated approach. And we updated that and have been being consistent with that approach moving forward, and that will continue with Lori's work. The reason that's important is not only that you're using statistically valid data, but you're using actual salaries, which is a reflection of what are people earning in the market today. And those salaries are being reported to Employers Council, CML, so those two survey sources that Lori referenced. So on the civilian front, we shifted to an open range system in 2020. So previously, our civilian employees were in a 30-step system. Again, we started using the midpoint approach, so actual data points of survey, of actual salaries, and we also cast the net with our approach on data collection as well for civilian employees. So larger pool of survey data, which helped inform what truly is the market for the city of Northglenn. So where are we at today based on how we've moved forward? This slide is intended to depict what we've been able to provide in terms of the market adjustments and then the merit. So we've also added a third column to depict CPI because that's a really important factor that's come up, or you could also reference it as a big monkey wrench within the last 6 to 8 months in the market. This is something that was completely unexpected due to the inflationary pressures, cost of living, cost of goods and services increasing. So right now for our civilian plan, there's limited movement within the ranges based on our current merit pay. So currently we provide 3% this year. That's what we budgeted. And the intent all along after we made the switch from a step plan to an open range system for civilian employees was to be able to, when appropriate and when funding available in the city budget, is to budget a larger amount for merit, something along the lines of a more true pay for performance program for civilian employees. Right now, all civilian employees get 3%. As long as you're a satisfactory employee and you meet the performance expectations of your job, you receive 3%. If you're a sworn officer and you meet the expectations of your position, you receive a step. The steps for sworn officers, and you'll see it on the next slide, are higher percentages than what we're currently able to provide for civilian employees. Excuse me. So that is a source of inequity amongst employees, and it's something that employees talk to me quite a bit about. So another thing, so Lori mentioned that we're seeing a lot of compression given the employee market, and that's a real thing that we're feeling. Historically, Northglenn had an approach largely due to budgetary constraints that we are always hired at the minimum of a range. We've evolved over the last few years in an effort to really attract new talent when appropriate, and the skill sets and the overall qualification package warranted it to bring employees in above the minimum. Now we're really seeing pressure, market pressure, I would call it, closer to that midpoint. And so that's what's causing that unhealthy compression with our existing employees. So one of the concerns that I hear often from my existing staff is, I've been here 5, 10 years, I'm not yet to the midpoint. I have this background, this talent set. Why aren't you rewarding me at a higher level? So those are conversations we're having internally with staff, and part of what I want to address as we move forward with the work that we're doing currently with this plan. You can see that when you look at the CPI numbers relative to our annual merit, annual market adjustments, I think we're doing pretty well in terms of how we were trending. We increased the merit pay from 2% to 3% in 2020, which was an important decision that I heard a lot from council members at the time in doing, and received council support to do that. And then a lot happened. A lot has happened this year. And so when you look at the CPI number of 9%, even though it went down to about 8.3%, it's still significant. And Lori will talk more in a couple of slides ahead about just overall market, external market forces and how that's playing into the work that we're doing. A note that I also want to make in terms of 2019 and 2020, we also made minimum wage a 2-year implementation of increasing minimum wage. So we took our frontline wage earners and increased pay to 15%. So at the time, we thought we were doing something more proactive, ahead of the curve. Fast forward to today, and we're behind. So frontline positions, you can go to Chick-fil-A, you can go to Starbucks, you can go to multiple different restaurants, quick dine, service providers, and make $20 an hour. And so that's part of what Lori is looking at with her work. The other piece that anecdotally that I would share that I'm hearing quite a bit from employees about, and this is true for the Great Resignation that we've seen, is employees are choosing different jobs, sometimes of lesser responsibility, because they want to have more work-life balance. So for a medium-sized city like the city of Northglenn, we ask a lot of our employees. We don't have multiple positions that do the same thing. A lot of our positions wear a lot of hats, which can provide a lot of opportunity, a lot of fun, a lot of challenge. However, what we're seeing through the market conditions is some employees are choosing, we want to work from home. We're going to take a pay cut. Or I can go over here to this organization, make $2 more an hour, or I'm getting a hiring bonus of 15 grand. And regardless of what benefits look like, it's purely a wage factor that employees are looking at, which makes it very hard to compete. So we're keeping a pulse on how that's playing out in the market. In terms of our sworn plan, we're seeing similar things. It's difficult to remain competitive with other agencies. When we had made the shifts in 2018 and 2019 with our step plan to a 7-step plan, we were leading the market at that time. When we took that step, then Lakewood, then Thornton, and Westminster, all the other police agencies start responding, and it becomes this kind of push-pull dynamic within the market. Fast forward to 2022, it's even greater of attention. I met with 3 officers from the FOP last Thursday, and they shared their concerns with me, and I reassured them of the steps we're taking in this process that we're going through, as well as city council support in terms of doing what we're able to do on a short-term and long-term basis in terms of taking care of employees. City of Thornton, just anecdotally, is moving forward with 8 to 13% increases for their officers, as well as hiring many more officers than we'd ever hire, like in the next 20 years. So we've really got to keep a pulse on everything that's happening and then figure out what the right formula for Northglenn looks like. While we were able to hold steady through the pandemic in terms of not seeing the loss of officers like other agencies saw, we're starting to hear, I would say, the discomfort as expressed by the FOP of, I can go to Thornton and make 15 grand more like that in my same position. So we've got to look at the number of steps, which Lori's doing. We're also going to look at specialty pay. This is something that I've heard loud and clear from the FOP and officers in general. While we don't have as many specialty assignments as some of the larger agencies have, we have SWAT, we have detectives as a specialty assignment, traffic unit, and then field training officers. So similar to an approach that Lori talked about in terms of certifications, so water plant operators, we have A, B, C, D level water plant operators. Well, similar with police officers, you can have tenure and be maxed out as a police officer. Some of those police officers are detectives, so you have no more additional earning potential if you're maxed out, even though you're doing a specialty assignment. So we really need to wrap our arms around that dynamic and see what we can do in terms of taking care of our sworn officers that are in specialty assignments. On both of our plans, I do want to note that we did and were able, thanks to the support of council, use ARPA funds to do one-time direct payments. Earlier this year, late last year, I think right before Thanksgiving, we did that based on a series of criteria throughout the organization and in line with ARPA guidance. And employees were very grateful for that. So some organizations right now are doing what you call retention bonuses, and they're picking a percentage. I know Golden recently just picked 3%, and in talking with their acting city manager, I asked why 3%. It's a number that worked for them. So I have gotten the question from some staff members, well, Heather, are you going to do something for us mid-year this year? And my commitment is to be open to different options, but to first get this analysis completed so we have the big picture, and that way we know if we do want to do something this year, that we have eyes wide open and know how that affects next year. I don't want to do something this year and make next year less and affect out years moving forward. So I've communicated that to staff. We recently held 2 employee meetings, all employee meetings, over a week ago. And we had an in-person and a virtual meeting, heavily attended. Compensation was a big topic, which we were prepared for, and I talked through all the different components with staff, and they're appreciative of it. And many staff members will follow the progress of this plan moving forward, and I've made a commitment to them to keep them up to speed on what we're doing. I'll also be meeting with the police department in partnership with Chief and Deputy Chief on July 27th. They'll be attending 6:30 a.m. Briefings and then 3:30 p.m. briefings to provide more context and really this presentation in a condensed format for officers to hear firsthand the progress that we're making on pay. So with that, I'll turn it back to Lori.
Thank you. So really, this is just kind of a wrap up to the overview on the process and methodology portion of the presentation. So all of the work that we've talked about, this culminates with a final written report that will be comprehensive and will lay out the process, the findings, the recommendations. So everything will be memorialized and captured so that there won't ever, you'll always have that to be able to look back and see what your defined market is. All of the recommendations will be included. We finalize that report, generally look for feedback from the leadership team to make sure that we've addressed all the concerns that they shared with us at the beginning, and then finalize that report, and then come back and present the final report back to the leadership team, to council if that's requested, and I think we have that on the schedule, and then also to inform employees, because as they understand this is happening, they're obviously going to be very interested to hear what the results are and how it impacts them. So this looks like a bit of an eye chart, but this is just a big picture overview of the timeline. You can see kind of as we're going through the foundational elements, the job matching, the data analysis is the piece that we're at right now, and we are in the process. We have all of the data analyzed and scrubbed, and we are just in the process of putting together our recommendations for the pay structure and the classification listing. So we are on track, which is good news. And all of this really culminates with project conclusion and final report in the middle of September, and then it being included in the budget presentation that you'll see September 19th. So a little bit of the background that we were talking about, right? Why is it so important to be doing this work? It always has been important, but why is it even more important now than it ever has been? And this is information that I'm sure each of you have seen and have felt in your own lives and in your other careers. But from a context perspective, the Social Security cost of living adjustment for this year was 5.9%, which blew me away when I saw that, because in my lifetime, it has been larger than that, but not since 1982, since I was in high school. And the average over the last 10 years, so you have a little perspective, the average was 1.9%. So for it to go from that to 5.9 is a huge indication, right? The Bureau of Labor Statistics puts out that consumer price index, and you saw that on the earlier. For the 12 months ending in March, it was showing 9.1%, and for the 12 months ending in May, which is the most recent number we have, it's sitting at 8.3. Now, I would caution to say CPI is not necessarily a reflection of wages. CPI is why the wages need to increase, but wages some generally increase much lower than CPI. Historically, for the last 30 years, that's been the case. Now we're seeing a little of that pendulum swinging the other way, and you're seeing wages increasing in some cases more than that, right? Because they have been somewhat artificially suppressed for quite a while. In June, the Fed increased the interest rate by 0.75% all at one time, which is, again, a bit of a huge jump, most in the last 20 years. Almost 20 years. And really, one of the things I think is important to understand is that with the labor market and the inflation that we're in right now, the city is really going to be forced to incur increased labor costs, and you're really going to incur them whether you implement a new wage structure or not, because the way that plays out is through the cost of turnover, right? With people resign, and you are going to have to hire people at the new rates, whether it's part of your structure or not, and then you have all of the other costs that come along with replacing people that you have trained, right? And many times have trained others. And, when it comes to people resigning, you are always going to lose your most employable people first, right? It's generally not the ones who have been kind of coasting along, because they're going to hunker down where they are. The people who are the most employer are going to leave the soonest, and that really drives up your costs. So, we talk about turnover and the elements that make up turnover, and we are doing a very specific analysis to create much more visibility to the cost of turnover here within the city. So we have some big picture cost of turnover calculations we're going to share with you tonight, but we're in the process of creating a customized cost of turnover for the city, so that we're looking exactly what your costs are for when you lose a sworn police officer, when you lose a skilled labor or trades person, right? When you lose a member of the leadership team. So you'll be able to see what that really looks like here. And again, we talk about it when you hire new employees. Whether you've changed your wage structure or not, you're going to be paying higher rates. So you can pay those just to new hires and deal with compression, or you can adjust everything, phase in that structure if you have to, but at least that way it treats everyone across the board. I'm going to let you go through this one. Thank you.
Thanks, Lori. This slide represents a snapshot of what our plans, the two plans we've had, have cost historically and to date. So you see it broken down by sworn and then non-sworn, again, because the sworn plan is a step plan and different percentages than the civilian plan, where employees receive the 3% most recently. So you see the total plan cost on the far right column. Again, this is meant to be informational and help you understand the background in terms of the decision-making position we're in terms of balancing costs overall, but also balancing that equity consideration between the two plans. Included in the memo, I did make mention that Lori has initially given us a ballpark. This may not be the final number, but anywhere between $1 million to $1.7 million is potentially what we're looking at in terms of really repositioning our plan to be competitive, to retain existing employees, as well as attracting new talent to the organization. And that's just market and then pay equity within our plans. That's not considering retention bonuses or any type of new hire bonuses. So as we move through this process, we'll drill down and really wrap our hands around what we can do and provide recommendations to council as we go along, leading up to the September 19th date, where we'll present the proposed budget with council's feedback and recommendations. We start budget discussions on August 1st with department presentations. I'll turn it back to Tamra.
So back to this topic of turnover. Lori will give more detail about her analysis on the next slide. But we did want to preface that part with some very detailed information about the last 5 years here in Northglenn. So the Bureau of Labor Statistics notes the current average rate of turnover is 12 to 15% in the country. Healthy turnover, I'm sorry, it's hard to breathe. Healthy turnover is about 10%. So that would mean we retain 90% of our workforce. As you can see on the slides here, turnover has been outside of that healthy range over the last 5 years. For your information, I have broken it out on the right here by sworn and civilian. I do want to point out the elephant on the slide, if you will. You see that 51 civilians who left the city in 2021. As Heather referred to, unfortunately, we were not exempt from that phenomenon called the Great Resignation. And so we do believe many of those numbers are included in that 51. Also, please note that for 2022, those numbers have been annualized. I'll turn it back over to Lori.
Thank you. Kind of tag teaming this one. And the only comment I would make on that is that 2022 number, again, it is annualized, but we expect to see that ramping up. So I would say when you close the year, it is almost certainly going to be higher than 12.7 because the rate for the first 6 months is only going to be increasing. And so I'm not going to put a guess out there, but I'm going to say it'll be larger than that. So what you see here is what I would call a cost of turnover estimate. So this is not using the data that is specific to all of your actual processes and the things that occur. This is kind of a best practice for calculating cost of turnover. And what you can see is we've broken it down. This is everyone who voluntarily left the employment of the city from a 12-month period, June of 21 to June of 22. So you'll see the numbers don't exactly tie to the prior because those were calendar years, and this is a 12-month June to June. And what I did was I broke it out by certain positions where there had been multiple resignations of the same type of position. So if you look, for instance, the first one, police officers. There were 9 police officers who left in that 12-month period. The total of their salary, $639,000. The benefit load, you add on to that what the city pays for benefits, 1.3 again is a general number, it is not specific to you. So you get that total wage, and the rule of thumb is about 25% of that cost is what you tend to experience and bleed out, right, in turnover. So that's how it comes to that total turnover cost. You can see the number of employees who left by category, and then at the bottom, I really just kind of lumped in all the other terms that were one position here and there rather than having a giant chart. But what you can see is heavily on the sworn side, heavily within what I would call your skilled labor, your maintenance workers, right, parks workers, police non-sworn positions, recreation, engineers. Engineers have, that marketplace has really taken off, and there are people that are doing just about anything to take a good civil engineer. So I would imagine that's going to continue. So this is just representative of what I was talking about with spending the money, whether you update your wage structure or not, because that's almost $1 million that walked out the door in what I would call in a passive way, right? You can actively spend money or you can passively spend money, and this is an unfortunate passive spend. So from a next steps perspective, we are going to complete our analysis. The staff will be bringing back recommendations, and actually, I think you probably need to go through the slide. I'm just whipping through the slides, and I think we're going to let Cameron talk about this. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I actually was going to say what you just said as a next step. Once Lori provides the city with her report, we will be bringing recommendations back to council for your consideration. Again, mid-September, September 19th, I believe was that date. We're also right now keeping a pulse on what other organizations are doing, which is very important because most organizations like us are working with limited workforces. And these are some of the things we've identified that they are doing right now, whether it's providing those mid-year adjustments Heather spoke to, or giving across-the-board percentage increases to base. We're also looking at other benefits, such as our retirement vesting schedule, our contribution levels, and we'll also be bringing recommendations forth to council if there are suggestions there. So with that, I think you were going to wrap up. Okay.
It's really, this is just your opportunity to comment, ask questions, anything, any additional perspective or guidance I can provide, I'd be happy to.
Councilmember Condo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to go back to slide 17.
See if I can, I
That's
don't have
okay.
numbers, so you'll have to tell me when we get there.
Annual costs.
Oh, this one?
Yes, ma'am. So if I just take the last 5 years, 2018 to 2022, and help me understand this, maybe my thinking is simplistic, but I add all those numbers up, that's about 3.25 million. And then if you flip to two slides down to slide 16, I believe it is, the turnover analysis, where you're saying it's about $1 million a year. So in my simplistic thinking, should I be thinking about, well, gee, okay, over that same 5-year period, even though anecdotally this is the last 12 months here of about 952,000, we're basically paying about $5 million of lost, of cost, opportunity cost, I suppose, of people leaving. So is that an easy way to think about, well, gee, we lose 5 million as opposed to doing some things that maybe are like 3.25 million to just kind of retain people? Is that kind of how you think about it, or?
I'll take a shot at this, and you, Heather, may want to weigh in on this too. So what you're seeing on this annual cost, obviously these aren't your total payroll numbers. These were the costs of the pay increases, right? The increase from that particular year. So not your total payroll cost for the year, but just what the increase was.
Okay.
And so, yes, I think it totals the amounts you talked about. The cost of turnover, this is calculating for the prior 12-month period. Obviously, you lose money every year through the cost of turnover. All those prior years would have had a number. It would probably be a little bit smaller because I think there weren't as many people resigning. You can see that from the turnover numbers.
Yep.
But I think it's safe to say at least $500,000 per year. So as you're looking at it and you're thinking about the go forward, it is, to me, that's kind of the iceberg part, right? The tip is what you approve, and what's under the water are all of these turnover costs. And so
Yeah.
I believe you're looking at it the right way, and you may have something you'd like to add to that.
I agree with what Lori has expressed, and I think, we're always going to have a certain percentage turnover on an annual basis, and we did a really good job in staying steady, is how I'd refer to it, especially during 2020 and 2021. The thing I didn't mention earlier is many organizations during that 2-year period were laying people off, furloughing employees. So part of what I've discussed with employees is some organizations are doing more in response to catching up and not providing anything during that 2-year period. So it's it's not as black and white as, the numbers tell a story, right? But then there's variations within the numbers in terms of the financial position of a particular entity and what that means. So I know early on, starting after the first of the year, some organizations that were not able to provide any merit started providing merit at the 5% level. Well, that all comes into play when Lori's looking at market data and merit, and then we're responding to that and ultimately need to come up with what we can afford in the short term and then long term.
And then, if you don't mind, a follow-up for Ms. Graves. So do you look at the overall benefit package, whether you're talking about the healthcare, the volunteer hours and all this other stuff, or is it just the mindset of most workers nowadays all about the salary?
Well, it's a great question, and we didn't really talk about that. We are looking at total compensation. We are spending the majority of our time focusing on base pay, but we are doing a high-level benefits assessment. So we are looking at really 3 primary elements of your benefit plan, and that is the cost of your health insurance to the employees monthly. We look at the retirement contribution that you make to the qualified plan, and then we look at paid time off. So holiday, sick time, vacation, all of that. And we take those 3 primary elements and we pull that information again from those same survey sources because they gather that information from all of their member organizations. So we compare you to other Colorado public sector municipal organizations in those 3 areas. And if there is anything that we see as a gap, we would come back as recommendations with that. But I do think it's worth noting, and we alluded to this before, that it's really the base pay that is driving the discussion right now. And where municipalities have typically placed themselves in the market is that the benefits are rich compared to the private sector, and the pay is middle of the road. And that has drawn people in, and they spend their careers working for municipalities. But when gas is $5 a gallon, right, and rents are going up like crazy, base pay is what rules. And people will move for base pay to the detriment of their benefits because that's tomorrow's problem, right? So that ability to say, but our benefits, is not the draw that it used to be.
Okay, thank you.
I'm good. Not my hands.
I don't see any more hands. I think this was definitely a first step. I see the timeline. I mean, this is a lot of information. Clearly, a lot of research has been done to get us going in the right direction. So thank you for being here. Thank you for your work. And we look forward to seeing you again.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item is the Shelter Neuter Return Program for Community Cats at Large. Police Chief May is going to introduce the item. I have had a jump start, so Chief, carry on. I'm just, run. I'll be talking for a few minutes.
Good evening, council. Actually, I want to turn this over to Stephanie Wild and Angel Williams with our Adams County Shelter. Once they go through their presentation, I'll follow up with the ordinance that Corey's office put together for us on the changes that staff recommends to put in place for our city ordinance. So with that, Stephanie, I'll turn it over to you.
Hi, good evening. She might have stepped out, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Stephanie Wild, and, of course. I'm the Executive Director at Riverdale Animal Shelter under Adams County Government. This is Angel Williams, our Deputy Director of the Animal Shelter. I just want to take a quick moment. I know it's been a long evening to thank City of Northglenn for our continued partnership through the intergovernmental agreement. We work closely with your animal control officers and on all aspects of animal welfare, and they are amazing, and we appreciate that. Angel is our deputy. She was also our longtime shelter operations manager. She's 20 years in the animal welfare field, degree in zoology, and she's really been responsible for elevating our quality of humane care of animals and also saving more animal lives, including those of cats and community cats. So she's going to run through a quick presentation for you. I'm going to jump in a little bit, but she's really the subject expert. So it's all yours, Angel.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for taking the time to hear us out and let us present tonight. So I thought I'd start us out. I think it's really important to acknowledge a separation between pet cats and feral cats. They may look the same when you see them out roaming the street, but they are very different. Our pet cats really rely on their pet parents for all of their care to meet their needs. So for their food, their shelter, their safety, veterinary care, and their health. They are also very socialized to humans. They enjoy the interactions they have. I don't know if any of you have cats, but mine is very excited to greet me and roll at the front door when I get home in the evening. With feral cats, they avoid humans, and they also don't need humans for their well-being, right? They can find that food, water, shelter, and keep themselves safe out there. So they're used to that kind of life with our life on the streets with our wildlife, and they are not social to people, and as I said, avoid them. So one of the questions that we commonly get when we're talking about feral cats versus pet cats is people want to know, how does the shelter know when the cats come in, if they're feral or if they're pet cats? And a lot of times initially we don't know because sometimes cats deal with stress, with forward aggression, so we can't tell the difference right away. But we do have a standardized behavior assessment that we perform on all of our cats, and we use the results from those assessments to decide what the appropriate outcome for those cats should be. So we do have a barn cat program, so we'll talk a little bit about barn cats versus shelter neuter return. But I'll just take this opportunity to define the difference between shelter neuter return and trap neuter return. So with shelter neuter return, a stray pet is brought, or stray animal is brought into the shelter, held for the required stray weight, and then for cats, they're either spayed, neutered, and then returned to their territory. With trap neuter return, there is no impoundment at the shelter. What colony managers and patrons can do is make arrangements for surgery by appointment ahead of time. They can trap those cats, bring them in the morning. They'll get all of their kind of to-do items done, vaccination, surgery, all that sort of stuff, and then they pick them up at the end of the day. So there is no stay at the shelter. So why not just put all these community cats, feral cats that come into the shelter into a barn cat program? Well, it's not ideal. There are a limited number of barn homes, so many of these cats actually sit in the shelter for many, many months. That increases their length of stay. It increases the cost of care for taking care of these cats. And then it also increases the stress, because if you remember, these cats are used to living in the wild alongside other wildlife, and now we've taken them, put them in a kennel, and forced them to stay there for months. It also results in a compromised immune system, so they can catch common shelter illnesses easier and are very difficult to treat because of their temperament with being feral cats. So what you're looking at here is a breakdown of cat outcomes for cats that came in stray from Northglenn specifically over the last 4 years. Is there a pointer on here? Yes, there is. I did want to point out that we did accidentally carry over 2019's number just in the first two columns into 2020 on this presentation. So we did get that corrected. So just wanted to make that known.
So the 2020 would be 49.
Yeah, so in 2020, we actually did 49 adoptions. So the overall intake during the pandemic was low because we were only taking in animals that urgently needed to be sheltered. And then we had 5 barn cat adoptions in 2020. So I think it's important to point out that the majority of the cats that come in stray from Northglenn are either adopted out or returned to their owner. But if you look at my pointer going here, if you look at the bottom line under that last column under euthanasias, the very last numbers you see, those were healthy feral cats that we had to euthanize because they didn't meet our barn cat criteria. So over those 4 years, we did euthanize 12 healthy cats because we couldn't return them due to the current ordinance in Northglenn. So just wrapping up, what does that data tell us about the feral cats that have come into our shelter in the last 4 years in Northglenn? Is that we had 12 healthy community cats that our staff had to euthanize, and then we had 15 cats that were placed in barn homes after waiting many, many months in the shelter for being able to find an appropriate home for them. So why not trap, remove, relocate, or euthanize these cats so that we can get an immediate reduction in the feral cat population? So what happens is these cats, the reason they're living in that territory is because it's very resource heavy, right? It's providing them all the things that they need to be successful in that area. So removing them opens up the door for new cats to come in and utilize those resources. So it doesn't really decrease the population for very long. And in fact, those new cats that move in, they're not spayed neutered, they start reproducing and actually increase that population. That's what's known as the vacuum effect. So what we suggest with TNR and SNR and why it's most beneficial is when you remove those cats, spay, neuter them, take away their inability to reproduce, put them back, they fill those holes, right, preventing new cats from moving in and utilizing those resources, and they stop reproducing. So over time, you start to see that population decrease. That's all I was going to say on that one. I'm skipping ahead in my mind for what's on the PowerPoint. So why can't we just adopt these cats out, right? Bring them to the shelter. Let's not relocate them. Let's not euthanize them. Let's just put them in homes like we're doing with pet cats. As I mentioned earlier, these cats are not social to humans, and they do not want to be in the company of humans. So it would also present kind of a safety concern trying to force some of these cats into homes.
So I know Northglenn is looking at some possible ordinance changes, and we are not here to tell you what your ordinance should say. But we have done a change in unincorporated Adams County. We're about a year in to this change. And one of the things we did to start is we changed the definition of a pet animal to not include feral cats, because they're in that gray area, they're very similar to wildlife. And that allowed us to start an unincorporated Adams County spay and neutering, vaccinating, and returning these cats, as opposed to having them sit for months in a barn cat program or to euthanize them when they are still a healthy living animal. So we are about a year in, and what I can say is our officers in unincorporated Adams County, and I do have so much respect and empathy, they do have to take citizen complaints and things. And that was like their biggest concern, is we're going to have people take this cat and get it out of the way. But we did supply them with brochures. I'm actually going to have you just pass these around now that to help educate the public. And we did, thank you, Angel, and we did hear anecdotally, and we meet with them about quarterly, that when residents find out that if that cat is picked up and taken to the shelter, that it would likely be euthanized or sit maybe 4 months in a barn cat program, a lot of them are kind of stunned that we can't just socialize these cats. And while there are still some people that aren't happy with it, the overwhelming majority, once they heard that, wanted to take a different route with those cats. And so, so we're having some luck with this change, which has been since about spring of 2001. So another thing, as we're looking at budgets and that, is that we'll tell you that we've run some numbers, and we can say that the cost to return cats will definitely be lower, and I have a slide that will go into more detail for that for you.
So just a couple other benefits to highlight is that SNR has a positive impact on public health, because when cats do go into an SNR or a TNR program, they do receive a general health checkup by a veterinarian. And so any of the ones that are not well enough to go back into the community do not go back in the community. They are also vaccinated for rabies and panleukopenia before returning to their territory. My contacts just went blurry. Sorry. Population reduction. So that's the goal, right? The overarching goal is not just to save lives, but to reduce that feral cat population. So we have sort of a more immediate effect on the population, because if there are kittens born, if they're under 4 months old, we do put them in our foster homes, and those cats we do socialize, and we're able to place those kittens up for adoption. For University of Florida, yes. For the adults, you'll see reduction in that population over time. And the University of Florida conducted a study on their campus. They had an overpopulation of feral cats. So they implemented a TNR program. And just a couple notable things from them is they saw a 66% decrease over time in their feral cat population. And in the first 4 years that they enacted that program, they didn't have any new kitten births. So they had some really good success with that. Did you have something to add?
No.
So I think Angel had already touched on the reduction in population, but there's also a reduction in nuisance behaviors. Because as cats are spay and neutered, a lot of that nuisance behavior like growling, fighting, spraying, that type of thing goes down as those testosterone levels go down in those male cats, just to be very blunt. And so that can help reduce the number of complaint calls as well. And I think a good way to put it is that the cats are there anyway. These roaming cats are already there. There's thousands in Adams County. So they're living there anyway. And so the question is, do we want them to live there as is, unvaccinated, continuing to reproduce with certain diseases? Or do we want them to live there vaccinated, spay and neutered, and slowly see that population go down over time? So it's kind of a choice about the condition of those colonies, not if the colonies are there or not. I think the other piece is that Northglenn will be more in line with really where animal welfare is heading in terms of community cats. I can say that there are places in the eastern part of the United States that have had these type of TNRS in our program since the early mid-2000s. So this is not a novel idea. I am also a humble public servant, like many of you in this room, and I can say that we're just at a place in society where communities, residents, they want to see that we're doing the most humane route for animals. You're certainly going to have some outlying complainers, but in my humble opinion, you can't really go wrong in going the most humane route that you possibly can. There are some big organizations that validate all the data and research, the ASPCA, the Humane Society of the United States, the Metro Denver Animal Welfare Alliance, of which we're a part, and also the National Animal Care and Control Association, which we'll talk a little bit more about their position statement. So we're in good company with those recommendations from those trusted organizations.
We also felt it important to add, especially given the next topic, that having community cats in your neighborhood are great rodent control, given that natural predator-prey relationship.
So this is just to give you an example of cost, because let's look at the numbers. So in brief, right now, the way it works is that if a community or feral cat comes in to Riverdale Animal Shelter, we hold them for the required 5 days. We also include a 6th day because they may come in at any time on that first day. Our cost of care right now, over our last 2 years of data, runs about $26 per day for that cat. That's including medical and food and staffing and all that. And so that's about $156 per cat to hold that feral cat as a stray for 6 days like we would with a pet cat. If we went to an SNR model, if that cat is healthy and again not sick or too injured to go back out, we would look at a minimum of 4 days. That's the required 3. And that gives us time to do that assessment Angel talked about and determine if they're feral. And then we would return them the same way that we do as an owner reclaim. We charge a board of $15 a day. Our average pets are usually reclaimed on the 2nd day. Some stay longer, but an average, if somebody's looking for them, they go home in 2 days. So we usually see a reclaim costing about $30. And so even though we wouldn't be reclaiming this to an owner, to a citizen, we would be reclaiming it back to its territory. And so the cost to City of Northglenn for that cat being spayed and neutered, vaccinated, and sent back out to its habitat would be $30 versus the $156, which, $126 difference. I can say our cost of care is probably going up in the next 2 years, but it would be still relative. It would still be proportional to these two amounts. The win-win is that it's more humane. We're not euthanizing healthy animals. It's really hard on our staff to do that. Our staff understand it when an animal is suffering or ill or so aggressive it can't go back in the community, but not when it's healthy. It is a cost savings for City of Northglenn, and it's also a resource and cost savings for the shelter because we're not doing long-term barn housing as well. So just the National Animal Care and Control Association of the United States has also taken a similar position to some of the organizations that we've mentioned. I'm just going to read this because I think it's powerful. It is a position of the National Animal Care and Control Association that at every opportunity, officers should and will work to educate the public regarding humane and responsible coexistence and care of pet and community cats, to include education on the benefits and resources for spay, neuter, and vaccination, responsible feeding and management practices for those choosing to care for community cats, and effective methods to humanely deter and exclude animals from home, structured, and targeted areas. It is the position of NACA that indiscriminate pickup or admission of healthy, free-roaming cats, regardless of temperament, for any purpose other than TNR, SNR, fails to serve commonly held goals of community animal management and protection program, and as such is a misuse of time and public funds and should be avoided.
So we just wanted to wrap up with some resources that are already available for officers and patrons. There is a local organization called Feline Fix that's located in Commerce City that does TNR for the public. They will loan traps to citizens, colony managers who need them, humane traps for trapping cats in their colony, get them scheduled for surgery with them at a low cost, and then the patrons are able to pick those cats up for return. With us, Riverdale, we've got some educational information on our website and on our community cat page. We also have brochures which we've handed out that are available for officers in the field. So for that assistance in explaining what SNR is, why it's beneficial, things like that. So we have that available. We can also loan traps out to patrons in the community who need humane traps for trapping cats for TNR and SNR. And then we're hoping to have in the future for people who are having trouble keeping the cats off their property, some stuff available for officers to give out free of charge to citizens that will help deter cats, keeping them out of their gardens and off their lawns and out of their trash cans and things like that. This is not on here, but Dumb Friends League has a new hospital called Spur, and they will do free spay neuters, ear tipping, and vaccinations on community cats, even those cats that are outside of their community.
And again, once those cats are ear tipped, if officers do encounter them, they'll know they've already been spayed, neutered, and vaccinated, and they can just kind of leave them be. So it may actually reduce some of the calls and labor of your officers at times.
So with that, I just wanted to say thank you again for your time and having us out for this discussion. Can we answer any questions for you?
Yeah, we have a couple. Councilmember Goff?
Thank you. I have too many questions. I think this is a great program. I'm a cat owner and have been for most of my life. A couple of comments I wanted to make. One was that when I was a child, my grandmother had a kind of a sort of farm property and cats there. And so the cats on her property were feral. And we did at one point try to adopt a kitten. But it's not just that feral cats don't like people. And it's even if they're kind of semi-comfortable with people, they want to be outside. Mm-hmm. So if you try to make pets of them, they're out the door the minute they can be out the door. So it's just not the same as a socialized, pet animal. And the other thing I want to say about the vacuum effect is that I have actually seen this in that we have a lot of fruit, blackberries and grapes and fruit trees in our yard. So my husband, a couple of years ago, started a campaign against squirrels and was trapping them and driving 5 miles to release them and all this kind of stuff. And all it did is we had more squirrels coming back because it's a great place for a squirrel to be. So if they didn't have any competition there, they thought, hey, this is great. So it did not get rid of the squirrels. So I think, like all the reasons that you're giving for this program to be a success, I have seen some of that myself in my own experience, and I think it's a great program.
Yeah. Councilmember Kondo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I'm missing the nuance of the definition of TNR versus SNR. So if you can try me again, because I know the gentleman that spoke during the open comment period, I think he had a particular issue about TNR. So I just want to understand those two terms.
Absolutely. So SNR, shelter neuter return, is when a cat is impounded into an organization, meaning they have to remain in that organization for 3 days, 3 to 5 days, depending on if it turns out to be a feral cat or a pet cat. And TNR is trap neuter return, which the pet or the cat is not impounded into the facility, so doesn't have to remain there for a stray hold. Thank you for that question. Was that more clear?
Yes. So that means if somebody wanted to follow the TNR route, they might have identified a cat and then worked with, forgetting the name of the facility, the one in Commerce City.
Feline
Say,
Fix.
I'm gonna get a trap and I'm gonna trap said cat. And they kind of scheduled the surgery day of, so it's like, okay, snip, and then you set the cat back free that same day. Is that
So they will.
essentially what we're looking at?
Essentially. So they'll go in, get a trap ahead of time. They'll make an appointment with the organization. So when they know the night before that they're going to bring that cat for surgery, they'll set that trap out at night so that the cat's not in the trap for a long time. And then they'll drop it off in the morning, the following day. And then in the evening, they'll pick that cat up. And we do ask that they recover that cat like in a garage or somewhere safe because they do still have anesthetic drugs in their system. So they'll recover them somewhere like in a garage and then they'll release them in the morning.
So are there advantages, disadvantages, one way or the other with each method here?
Yes, thank you. TNR, in my opinion, is more preferred because at that point, we don't put the cat in undue stress by housing it in the shelter for several days. So ideally, you would like to just be able to trap that cat overnight, bring them in for surgery, and then be able to return the next day without the stress, the loud noises, the sound, the being kept in a kennel, that stress of the shelter. With SNR, a benefit is, if you'll remember, I mentioned earlier, sometimes when cats first get to the shelter, if they are really, really stressed, my cat is actually this way when she goes to the vet, they can be fractious where they're hissing and they're swatting, and so they present as if they're feral, but after a couple of days of settling in and calming down, you'll see less of that behavior, and then you'll start to see, okay, this cat might be a social cat. So there's a benefit to SNR in that way. Thank you.
Councilmember Jaramillo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I love this program. This is great. Like, I love that it's, so humane. I'm a cat dad since 2008, so so I see some of these cats. I'm like, oh, that looks like Sandy. Oh, because we could have left them and they could have been euthanized, and so I'm glad that you guys are doing this program, and I'm a big support.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Lucman Hiramasa?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually lived in a lot of third world countries, so I know a lot about feral cats. And then I have a child who thought that they could be homed very easily, so she learned a lot of lessons in terms of feral cats versus cats that don't want you to go try and grab them. So I just want to say I also support this. I'm a big animal lover, as I'm sure a lot of us are, so anything that's more humane and not needlessly putting an animal down, I'm all for. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's it.
Can I just say a couple words?
Sure.
All right. So again, you have a sample of the ordinance that's before you. So you'll see in there some of the changes to the definitions to this ordinance. One of the things too, I just, the only disagreement, and again, Chris's passion for cats, I can tell you I was not a fan when this first rolled through, because the complaints of, cats at large and doing all this, but then the impact and everything else. And I have a lot of faith and trust in Stephanie and her team, and especially my Michelle, my animal control officer, that kind of educated me a little bit on that. However, also talking with Michelle, there's one thing, and I know Chris is against that, but the cat at large for owners, I think that still needs to be in place, because you do have cases where they're not being responsible pet owners and they do get up. So again, very rarely we use it, but it's there that when we have to. So I think that's one of the things that I'll disagree with Chris on. I think the cat at large needs to stay in our ordinance. Corey's team went through, and he could probably talk about some of that too, and why, you know, we kept that part in it. But you'll go through and you'll see but everything else is in there. And I look forward to this agreement. And I have to laugh because in one of Chris's statements of, you know, hey, dog at large will go out and bite people. And I was like, where cats don't go out and, you know, cats at large don't bite people, but dogs don't use your neighbor's sandbox as a litter box or their vegetable garden as a litter box, you know, where, you know, cats tend to do that. So again, not everybody's a cat lover. We're going to get complaints and calls. There's always consequence, right? But again, in our next presentation that we're doing, we'll talk about some of the benefits, and maybe that'll help curb some of that problem as well. So again, if you guys can take a look at that ordinance, and you know, all I'm asking for is some direction on what you guys would like to see, but they're my recommendations. So.
Councilmember Goff.
Thank you. I'm glad you brought that up, Chief, because that's when I first moved to Northglenn many years ago. I had come from a place and like owning cats my whole life. I had no idea that anyone would ever conceive of a leash law for cats. And so our cat disappeared, you know, like because the move was stress and everything, ran out the door, and, you know, put signs up, looked all over it. Never occurred to me that someone might have taken that cat to the animal shelter. And then some neighbor or something said, you know, did you check the animal shelter? And I said, well, why would I do that? No, I mean, why would anyone take a cat there? But there's got to be some kind of education going along with this. And I am a cat person, so I'm willing to concede that not everybody is. I'm not going to make a big fuss about the at large for cats. But if it comes up again, or we can discuss it again, I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah.
I mean, cats are going to get out no matter if it's whatever.
Yeah, they might come home neutered, spayed, or clipped ears, but.
Well, mine has a collar with my phone number on it. So, I mean, I guess that's the thing. If you're a responsible cat owner, it's not a problem.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, Chief May is still around for the nuisance, wildlife, information, and public education presentation.
I'm going to bring Michelle Sustik up here for this presentation as well, because she deals with this all the time. And this also gives me an opportunity to brag about her. She does such a great job in our community, and it seems like all the surveys that come back on her are just exemplary. So I appreciate her so much, and actually her being here tonight. So tonight, actually, we're going to get to it, but one of the things too is the Division of Wildlife, you know, they don't really deal with nuisance wildlife, and neither does our animal control unit. Again, it's considered nuisance wildlife. And what we'll do is we'll describe the only time we really get involved when we're dealing with nuisance wildlife is if they're sick, they're out in the public, especially during the day, like raccoons, some of the diseases that you're saying where their behavior is unusual. Foxes, we'll see that with them too, where we'll have to go out for the safety of the community, make sure we put those animals down. But here are some that are listed. The ones that we're going to primarily talk about today are kind of the rats, right? The main culprit, and some of our residents get, and he's super cute, but again, but that's the most common rat, and that's the most common rat here in Northglenn as well as the brown rat.
The cute one.
The cute one.
And again, the other thing too, brown rats use humans for their primary food source. It's not Willard, right? You know, we're not Willard. Some of you guys know who it is. Some of you younger people have no idea what I'm talking about. But Willard raised rats to attack people. We don't have that problem. So, and again, and they can also, and their habitat, I think one of the interesting things here is most that, you know, their home range is 25 to 100 feet, right? So that's not very much. But as we talk about it, when there are disturbances to their areas, right? So when you have disturbance to their areas, they'll move. So if there's work being done in our canals or something like that, those will move to find a different place, and that's when we start getting the phone calls. So again, and then you know, they're more at night, that's when they come out mostly. But we do get calls from our residents. And Michelle's going to talk a little bit about that and how many calls she gets a year. So under the statute, again, this gives, our residents the opportunity where they can trap these nuisance animals. They can either do it themselves or they can hire kind of like a critter control company to come out and take care of those animals on their property. The only ones that really, mice and rats, they're the only ones that you can use actually the body gripping devices. And there's so many devices out there right now that humanely, take care of that problem, right? So if you go online and you can see some things, just ingenious ways where it takes care of them. So again, just educating our residents on, hey, where they can go. But again, these are some of those devices that they can use to actually trap mice and rats if they're seeing a problem. Also, that you can use poisons, and it has to be listed, making sure that you're using the right poisons and everything else. Personally, I'd rather see you use the gripping device because you never know, other birds of prey and everything else, you don't know how that can affect the other wildlife. Even our new cat, our feral cats, right? So making them sick. So again, this just reinforces that Division of Wildlife, unless it has antlers, they're not going to oversee this animal. So it's all up to our residents to take care of their problems. And again, it's not so if you have an area, so we'll talk about that too. So we just have to make sure that our residents are educated, so they're not providing a great environment for those animals to thrive and survive in. And Michelle will talk about some of those things in a bit. And actually, I'll turn that over to you right now. All those food sources.
One of the things that we noticed right away, myself and Officer Kidwell, he's been here for 18 years, I've been here for 12 years, and it was almost immediately after we allowed chickens in our city, that's when we started getting rat complaints. Prior to allowing the chickens, we had almost none. And so immediately after we started allowing the chickens, we just saw a huge rise in complaints. And that's kind of dropped off again over the last couple of years. I have on here, is it the arrow?
Right arrow.
I might be getting ahead of myself. I think I generously said that we get 10 complaints a year. Right now, I don't even think we're receiving that. But the question is always asked when we do get the complaint, what is this city going to do about it? And so that's kind of what generated this topic. And what we usually do is just refer them to either pest control or trapping or poisoning them just as you would mice. So that's generally what we refer people to do. I did check with all of the local jurisdictions that surround us to see if any other cities were doing anything citywide to help resolve the problem, and nobody does. I even contacted Orkin directly, one of the largest pest control companies, to see if they had ever done, in the entire nation, if they had ever done any citywide rat programs where they would go out and trap or, mitigate the problem in some sort of way, and Orkin directly told me no. I tried contacting some smaller companies and no one called me back, so I can't speak to them. But from my understanding, it's left to the resident themselves. And like the chief was saying, the biggest thing that we educate the public on is how clean the area is. As he stated earlier, they don't travel very far. They stay within 100 feet or less of a home. So if their home is clean, it's usually a nearby neighbor that isn't keeping their property clean, whether it's their chicken coop or maybe they have fruit trees or fruit bushes or vegetable gardens that are attracting the rats. Or even maintaining, keeping bushes and trees trimmed where it might provide a habitat for them to survive in. So we just recommend that people keep everything trimmed and clean and keep food and water sources unavailable, which is tough when you have chickens in the backyard because you need water, available 24/7. Some of the residents that do have chickens, what we see is they leave the straw bales out, that they're using for the chickens, and the mice and the rats are living in the straw, or they're living in the chicken coop with the chickens. So that's really the majority of what we're seeing more than anything. So with that, I will see if you guys have any questions.
Such a fun topic.
Nothing more I'd like to talk about at 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, with rats and cats, it seems like I should rhyme something, and,
Well, and so when I think about it, I mean, it was a great presentation. It's all information. How do we communicate this to residents? Because we get a lot of calls specifically about rats. I had a gentleman say, "I'll be on the rats task force. Like, I will help you with this issue." But I think it depends on your neighborhood, because I have an issue with squirrels and bunnies. So they are destroying my house, thousands of dollars.
The complaints that I see too is kind of the same thing. It's really hit or miss. There's not one really big hotspot in Northglenn. It's just kind of randomly all throughout the city. So I don't know.
well, squirrels, rabbits, trapping, skunks, raccoons. That's the other thing, that if a raccoon or something gets loose in your house, normally we don't, but we come over and try to help you get that out. So, not out of chimneys, you're on your own on chimneys, but if it gets loose in your house, and we've had that happen several times, we would go and catch, pull it, and try to get the raccoon out of your house. But
So I think to answer your question, Mayor, we do push out quite a bit of education, and this presentation was teed up to provide more in the sense of responding to the question of, can the city legally do more? Does city council want staff to do more? And what would that look like? Should we be in that business beyond what we're already doing from an animal control perspective?
Are there things that we can do proactively before construction? Because that's where we got, I know you spoke to in the presentation, the displacement of, due to, we're digging around, right? We're replacing a road, can we do something more proactively ourselves as part of that construction project? Like, if we set a bunch of traps out and then start digging around, is there something we can do more proactively in that instant?
That's a great question.
So. It'd be very challenging for us, the police department, go out there and start setting up traps, and chief's out there.
You're deferring it to me, or are you delegating it to me?
But I think what we could do is educate. If we're gonna disturb a whole canal, if Church Ditch come in and they say, hey, we have to redo this, maybe we can put flyers out to the neighbors, hey, this is coming out. And I don't know, I'm just throwing something out. Maybe we can give them a heads up that they might see an increase in mice or rats or something. But again, take precautions, or maybe buy some traps, but again, I think.
I don't know if that's Public Works or Parks or who, I'm just wondering if we're doing the disrupting.
We as in the city, or we would work, are you talking about private property owners that are doing?
No, if we're doing something.
Like Carl's Dairy.
Yes, or something where I'm just thinking about that 112 section. We did something over there. I don't know if that was RTD's, something.
We
were
did
digging
some
around.
drainage improvements over there.
Thank you. That caused a surge of rats.
Yeah, we took care of water flooding issues and.
Yeah. But if we know this, can we be like, okay, well, we got to fix that. Let's stack some traps before we get started.
Let me talk internally with staff. It's probably a collaboration between animal control and code enforcement, in addition to the the department that would be taking the lead on a project. Now, Carl's Farm would be an example of a privately owned property where we would need to talk about, can we go a step further with regulations in terms of, or highly encouraged to take this step to be a good neighbor during construction. So we can talk more internally and see if there's something we can do. Off the top of my head, it would be unique to our city, which is not to say we shouldn't do it. I think we could come up with something, so we can think along those lines.
I don't think
Councilmember
it's
Goff?
something that, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I like the mayor's idea if there's something that we could do, but in terms of just like expanding what beyond that, I really don't think that this is appropriate for the city. And the reason I'm going to say this is that it may involve, like going into people's backyards, or, I mean, I think a lot of, what we've heard about, what causes, besides the disruption of their environment, is that they have compost piles in the back, or, I mean, you see people who have whatever that invasive kind of ivy-looking plant that just kind of is covering their yard, or they have, so much that you can't tell what could be living there. Could be a whole nest of raccoons or something, just because it's so much growth, plant growth, that I don't really think that's appropriate for the city to try to figure all of that out for people.
I agree with you.
I mean, I hate to say it, and I know, like, if I was living next door to somebody who was doing all of that and thinking that that's where the rats are coming from, then I guess that's where you call code enforcement and see if something can be done. But I really do think it's the homeowner or the property owner's response.
I think if it came to implementing something in the city.
Speak into the microphone.
I think if it came to implementing something in the city, it would be more to, if we set traps, like, it's not something that I don't think code enforcement or animal control would be able to man a project like that. So it would be just like as a resident would call ORC into their house to resolve a rat issue on their own property, we would do that as well. So Orkin would man the traps or whatever they put out, and they would only be put on city properties. So like parks, government buildings, those sort of places.
The state statute always says you have to check those traps too, so we have to make sure that we check them as well.
Councilmember Lukman-Hiramas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I have a question because I have gotten some concerns from residents who live along the Farmers Highland Canal in that area, when there's a lot of brush and debris and trees that grow and of course, it's very recent to them, but I think there was a huge infestation maybe about a decade ago. So there are concerns, and I agree that, as a city, that shouldn't be our responsibility, but when it comes to the ditch, I mean, somebody else maintains ditch correctly, and the city starts right where the ditch line starts. But if there's a lot of debris and it's causing a rat infestation, and residents are calling us about that, I mean, is there, a duty to kind of step in at that point, or is that something we just push on the ditch company? I know that's a little bit more confusing, gray area, and I see Corey nodding his head like that.
Well, certainly the city gets a great deal of its water from ditch companies, but I will tell you that after the railroad, ditch companies have a significant priority because they were there first. So in working with ditch companies on things like that, it takes collaboration because they frankly can't be compelled in most cases to do that kind of thing.
So, and we couldn't, as a city, do anything because...
It is typically our property. They have an easement. So the city could, for example, using the example, hire Orkin to manage those areas so long as it didn't interfere with the operation of the ditch.
Ultimately, what I think this comes down to is if council wants us to look at being able to do more for residents, whether if it's our construction project or say it's a ditch in the city, we're going to need resources to either hire a contractor or I need to have internal conversations with a couple department heads to figure out where would this type of increased level of service lie, and then come back to council with that information.
And to be fair, I know that, Amanda and their team have been doing a great job trying to keep up with all of that.
Well, the other thing that adds to it too and reduces it is how quick city staff is taking down camps, right? So we have some of the camps throughout the city that have food and everything else, a resource. So, sometimes when we identify the camp and the quicker we, get that also can reduce, some of the rat problems along those areas. So.
Councilmember Kondo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Being in the Navy, I used to hear this mantra that you can't fix a problem that you can't measure. So I'm wondering, is there a way that we can perhaps unleash the power of ArcGIS and kind of characterize this problem, whether it's putting on the map the number of rat complaints or, for that matter, the number of chicken coop licenses and things like that, just to kind of graphically get a sense of whether this is a widespread problem or if it's an isolated small thing, then it helps us at an executive level kind of decide, okay, is this worth the time and effort, or do we just let it go?
Well, I think Michelle said that, less than 10 complaints on brown rats over the last year. If you guys received more, forward those to us. I know of 2, Mayor, I know you reached out. I think someone else did too, but we don't have the large complaints on that part. I think we can work with, Joanna and find out who has licensing for the chicken coops. But there's an overlay over that, and I think the more people are educated on trying to clean up their coops, because chickens are messy, especially when they throw their food around, it just brings things in. So everybody would like, again, I just don't think it's going to be in our city, a lot, but we'll do whatever you want us to do.
Councilmember Brown.
Okay. I don't think that the city has the resources or the need to get further involved in a rat problem in our city. Granted, yeah, when the bees and chicken thing first came out, yes, we did get a few complaints, but we have so many other things that we could be dealing with and that we need to discuss and work through other than the rats, Personally, I think it's a waste of resource time in whatever respect. And I certainly think that, I'm just going to say it, it's a waste of the city's money if we were to hire Orkin or someone like this to put traps out to catch the rats on 10 complaints. We've had a full discussion on feral cats today and how we're not going to, have them put down. Rats are a piece of nature. It's going to happen. It's not like rats are going to happen, mice are going to happen. Each homeowner has to take responsibility for their own actions. And I firmly do believe that this is not an area where we should be spending time or money or pulling away from the other million responsibilities that we've assigned to staff in order to look at the rat population. In fact, I'm going to end there, but that's my opinion on it. Let them live humanely, let them, whatever. Namaste.
Councilmember Jaramillo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Excuse me. So I think we're already ahead of the game. We already have the answer with our community cats and everything like that we just discussed for some time before. Coors does it. They have cats where they get rid of all of the rodents with the cats. I have a cousin that works at a Coors Field, and she'll take videos like, oh yeah, this is a so-and-so cat, and they actually they take care of where they're at. So they get, naturally, that's what they do. They've been doing this for thousands of years. So I think we're already ahead of the game with the answer. I don't think we need to bring in any third parties of any pest control besides the what nature really intended with that balance. So maybe that's another reason why there's more rats in some situations, because of there being less cats, or a natural predator for them. So I think we already have our solution. I just think we're looking at more of a, I guess, contemporary answer where it's like we already have we already just talked about it in length. So I think we're already there, and we don't need to impede on people's property.
Okay. That's all I have. Back to a question about communication, though. Are we sharing this presentation somehow with residents, or?
We share content of the presentation through the connection. We can certainly, Chief can go on the road at ward meetings with some type of presentation, or we can put our heads together. Diana, if you have some thoughts.
Get a lot of that information out so they
Yeah.
I think just a flyer. I wouldn't, I mean, if we can put this presentation into a resident as the audience flyer, that can either be emailed in response to concerns, or we could have it on hand at different things, but I don't think that the whole presentation.
Okay.
We've done the education piece. I think that's one of the things when we have neighbors that they're saying, hey, rats are coming from adjacent property, we can definitely go do education to that household that has those rats. It could be a rubbish pile, it could be, amount of things that we can help the neighbors do that. But I think education is the biggest key that we can. I agree with you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, July 4th fireworks, City Manager Geyer.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. No formal PowerPoint presentation on this topic this evening. Before you this evening, as a result of the technical failure that occurred on July 4th with our fireworks show, Diana and I put together a memorandum with options for your consideration this evening. We also met with the fireworks company Tri-State on Thursday afternoon virtually, and had a conversation with them about the different options that are included in the memorandum for your consideration. They were not able to come in person this evening. That was discussed, and they did provide an apology statement that was included in the memorandum. I will not read that, but however, for the public's benefit, for those watching this meeting and to all of you, I will extend an apology on behalf of the city. This is probably the worst case scenario of something that can happen when you're an event planner. We were very excited to be able to provide a large festival gathering of our residents this year, given that in the past 2 years, we have not been able to hold the 4th of July event due to COVID-19 restrictions. At the event itself, as you read in the memo, there was thought that it was a weather-related failure. In conversation with Tri-State, it's clear that it was a technical failure, a component failure. They've sent the equipment back to the manufacturer. And so, there's something, I mean, we can't change what happened. What we can do is own it from an accountability perspective. I can tell you that the contractor is owning it. I've worked with a multitude of contractors over my career. A couple that stick out in mind that did not own their performance. Tri-State is owning this failure, and if they could fix it, they would. They couldn't figure it out the night of, and given what they believe it is in terms of a component failure, they wouldn't have been able to. So what they have offered is some options in terms of moving forward, and that's what Diana and I would like to talk with you about tonight. The first option would be to reschedule, well, to do a new standalone event. And part of why this option is being put forth to council is because our community loves to gather. A standalone event would give us the ability to host an event at our event standard level in terms of, it could be a combination of having food trucks, a concert, and then the fireworks show, and we can get into dates that have been put forth in a minute. Or council, and that option would require additional funding from a one-time perspective, which I know is tough. But to do a standalone event right to our event standards, we need portalettes, we need staff, we need traffic control, we need all of the things that went into the 4th of July planning for a standalone event. You could say, well, let's just have it, bring a blanket, bring your friends and family, and we have it in the park. We can do that. We'll need to manage expectation though, because our community loves the events that we provide. So we continue to set the bar higher and higher with Groove, Grub, and Local Gov. And so reference points are going to be those types of new hyperlocal events. And so we want to be mindful that some residents may say, well, why don't you have a food truck? Why didn't you have a concert? And so we can talk through several of those pieces. If we do a new standalone event, one of the considerations is, a major consideration is timing. The equipment had to be sent back to the manufacturer to really troubleshoot what happened. A new package has to be sent to us. So 54 seconds of the fireworks show went off. They have to replace that piece, which they will need at least a minimum of 30-day lead time. So some of the comments that we've received from community members is host, this event late July. That's cutting it too close in terms of being able to deliver on getting something back from the manufacturing company. So we've included some options for you, all Saturdays, based on really making sure we're picking a day that community members, we believe, can come out and enjoy the fireworks show. One is Saturday, August 27th. This wouldn't necessarily be connected to the powwow, but it would be the same weekend as the powwow. Another date is September 3rd, which is Labor Day weekend. So for those residents who aren't traveling, and you're doing staycations, that would be a weekend that may appeal to them. And then September 10th, which is the weekend before Pirate Fest. That weekend makes me a bit more nervous because of the buildup in terms on the staffing planning staffing side to execute successfully on Pirate Fest weekend. So a standalone event is something that council could consider. Like the actual event itself on 4th of July, we'd have a rain date because weather is something that we would not be able to control, but would have a backup rain date that we'd communicate to residents. We would, the standalone event is really intended to be a way of saying, we're sorry, City of Northglenn residents, and to say thank you for continuing to trust in us and providing that enjoyable experience for our community. I've read through all the comments on Facebook. Diana has. I know and I've heard the comments about the young children who left the park in tears. It's a horrible night, and we've communicated that. And the staff who was on site from Tri-State, they saw the faces of our residents. They heard the comments, they heard the anger and frustration, and they wish they could change it. So this would be one approach to saying, we're sorry. This is how we're going to try to, regain your trust and move forward. We have paid $25,000 to date per our contract, which is, the initial payment that you make up front for this type of service. We're holding payment on the second half, which would normally be due within days of the event being executed. One option for council's consideration, if you want to pursue terminating the contract with Tri-State for failure to perform, is to have that $25,000 paid to date refunded to us. And they've assured Diana and I that we can have a check within 3 days. You know, that's certainly something that they're willing to work with us. However, you know, we want to move forward. The second option is to reschedule the fireworks show for an existing event such as Pirate Fest. So we would add fireworks on as an additional programmatic element to the Pirate Fest event. So that Saturday evening is one option, or Noel Northglenn present Night of Lights. The one thing to think about Pirate Fest in terms of attendance is closer to the 4th of July event than Noel Northglenn. Also a very different season weather-wise, and so Pirate Fest being closer to 4th of July than Noel Northglenn, but two options for council's consideration. The other third option that we included is to not reschedule the fireworks show and take a credit for the show to use in 2023. Credits are a bit tricky from a contractual standpoint. So, you know, I am not necessarily comfortable with the use of a credit, and but we could work out an approach with a contractor to where we don't make that second payment until next year. So the budget for fireworks next year would be that second half of $25,000, but I would not be in support of paying the contract in full and then having a credit next year, nor would Jason. We talked about that piece. If council decided to move forward with option one, which is a standalone event, Diana and I talked about the opportunity to engage the public in terms of telling us what night they think would be best to hold the fireworks show on. And so that's some good dynamic outreach that we could do as part of our efforts. Through the thought process of trying to figure out how do we fix this issue, some suggestions were made about, can we change location of the park altogether? Could we have the fireworks show hosted at Northwest Open Space instead of EB Rains? And staff did some internal thinking on it, and we would not recommend that currently based on the justification provided in the memo, in particular, the heightened awareness around fire danger and mitigation. It's a big open space with athletic fields, and so naturally you would think that would be a very conducive location for that reason. However, the quality at which we have to maintain our athletic fields makes it very challenging when you put thousands of people on those fields, and then the work that has to go into in response to hosting of an event like that after the fact. So that is a consideration. The one thing we did talk about in terms of keeping the fireworks event at EB Rains is that historically, we've always shot the fireworks off of a barge in the middle of the lake. We would not do that this next go around. If you want to do a standalone event, or in terms of planning for next year, we will do it differently. Even though there's not, initially there was a question of did a line get wet because of the rain or a component, that's not believed to be the issue, but it does present a challenge. And so in response to this type of situation, when you're taking out one dynamic, that's been something that you know, we've heard feedback from our fireworks contractor on. So I will stop there, and happy to answer any questions. Diana's here to jump in and talk through how you would like to move forward.
Councilmember Kondo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just some additional questions here. So, you know, it seems like a lot of public shows now are transitioning to using drones you watch the Olympics and that sort of thing. Does Tri-County have that kind of option, or maybe a hybrid of drones and fireworks?
I think it's a completely different vendor. And the one thing I didn't mention, but I'll add in response to your question, Councilmember Condo, is if council wanted to terminate the contract and then try to get a new vendor on board, we need about a 3-month lead time. So that's an option too, and potentially additional funding for whatever that would look like.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to figure out, some other way that, usually drones don't fail. Well, they can, but
And this is
it's more
this-
environmentally friendly.
This is the second time this contractor in their 30-year history has had this type of failure. So it's not a frequent issue. Certainly, we've worked for about 20 years with this contractor. If we saw this level of performance issue, we wouldn't have pursued renewing their contract.
I wouldn't crucify yourself too badly. When I was living in San Diego, they had the big bang or boom,
All went off at once.
and it all went off in about 15 seconds. I think that was in 2013. It was a big boom. But in that particular case, the city decided not to redo. They waited for the next year, just as an FYI.
Councilmember Goff?
Thank you. I guess I'm feeling that, I was there that night, and yes, people were very sad and disappointed, and especially after sitting through some rain and then, waiting for it. But, so I'm in favor of trying to do it this year. I'm not really a fan of the Pirate Fest thing because I think we need to do a thank you or we're sorry and make it up to our residents. And Pirate Fest draws a whole lot of people who are not residents. So, I think, if you wanted to reach out to get some input from residents about a day, I think Labor Day or something that, that we would advertise just to, our residents that this is when we're going to do it. And they would be the ones that get to enjoy it, instead of making it a huge draw to, thousands of other people or whatever. But I would be inclined to try to do something this year to say, this was an accident, we couldn't plan for it. We're trying to do our best to make it up to and do something this year.
Councilmember Jaramillo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do like two ideas on both sides, but we'll have to see who all agrees on this. But I do like the idea of Pirate Fest since we do have a huge draw. But the thing is, I think that people for 4th of July came here to Northglenn that weren't from here either. So it's not just it's not just Pirate Fest. It's 4th of July. I had family from Brighton that was here, and their friends from West Denver. So it's it's people from all over the place coming to Northglenn because we put on great events, and I think that Pirate Fest is something that we're known for. I think there will still be, hopefully there'll still be space for everyone. That's the thing I struggle with though too, is because of all the festivities, all the everything that Pirate Fest entails, that there would be a lack of room, but I do like that there's concerts and things like that happening. I also like the idea of Labor Day. I know some people leave, but some people leave for 4th of July too. They go out of town. So I see both sides of that from option one and option two. But Labor Day is a time where people are finishing off the summer. They're already transitioning into fall, and it's might be a nice way to say let's celebrate summer, the last weekend of summer. Have a celebration, make it right, and it'll be, great 3-day weekend, and everybody feels awesome Tuesday, and everybody goes back to work. So hopefully, I know it's more expensive, but we owe it. I feel like we do owe it to a lot of people, in our community, young and at heart. So. I see both sides, but I just wanted to throw those ideas out there.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown?
I got two things to say. I must be like totally tired because, yeah, we waited for the fireworks to start. They didn't start, and we watched Thornton's, and, you know, we didn't experience any tears, and I'm really sorry that it didn't take place, but stuff happens, you know? And like you said, there has never been an issue. I think we had a fire once, when they weren't on the lake. It was further back. Unpopular comment coming up. I don't know if we should do a standalone event. It's not the cost, it's the excitement around it, you know what I mean? Because what draws the crowd is the excitement of the event, right? And I don't think we could build enough excitement, and like the previous council member was saying, none of our events are just for our residents only. I mean, we pull them in from all over the place, Colorado Springs, everywhere. So I'm hesitant to go with a special event because what would the turnout look like, you know? And would we be accomplishing anything other than the fact that we would make ourselves feel better because we did something special, because there was an unfortunate accident, you know, that caused it by the 4th. So I am not for a standalone event. I just don't think that we could do that whole thing. I'm not for terminating their contract. Something wrong happens to everybody once in their life. I don't think it's worth losing their contract with us for. So let's talk about rescheduling the show, potentially Pirate Fest. I share others' opinions. I personally think it would be awesome because it would be like my cannonballs going off in the background. You know, that'd be great. But I also agree that we're looking at a space limitation because we do have so much that goes on with Pirate Fest. And Pirate Fest is already kind of an overwhelming event, an overwhelming 3-day event, you know, and to throw fireworks onto that kind of scares me a little bit. I would so be into it, but, you know, I think, and this is where my unpopular opinion is going to come in, I think we should do a blowout next year. Rather than put $25,000 onto a standalone event, put an additional $25,000 into next year's budget and just do a blowout that would make them forget all about not having the fireworks on the 4th of July. There's nothing we can do. We can't go backwards. There's a reason we do fireworks on the 4th of July. I just think it could be more memorable to blow it out next year, and then that will erase the memory of the bad year that we had this year, which was just, you know, could have been over in my ward. Probably had a better fireworks show. But that's my opinion. Feral cats and rats and everything else that is on my mind. But I just think that we may be making too big of a deal out of what our residents expect from us. I don't think our residents expect for us to spend another $25,000 to make a small component that may be here for a event, right? To make it right. Accidents happen, errors happen, things happen. I'm more in favor of blowing it out next year than option 1 or 2, or really 3, because now I want to spend $25,000 for fireworks next year. So,
Councilmember Wickett? Thanks, Mayor. I agree with pretty much everything you just said, Councilmember Brown, except I'm not quite sure if I'm on board with spending an extra $25,000, but that's a great idea. With options 1 and 2, I worry about the turnout. Labor Day, people are traveling. Night of Lights, I mean, it's colder. I don't know if that's something that people would want to be doing outside. I also worry about the added cost of the standalone event. And Pirate Fest, you know, I know Saturday is supposed to be the family day, but it is a different demographic. People will be drinking, and if they know there's going to be fireworks, maybe they'll be drinking more and hanging out. And I don't know if that's something that a lot of parents will want to bring their kids to necessarily. So yeah, I'm definitely for option 3 to just do it next year. And then I'd like to think about your idea about putting more money towards it, since we won't be spending the whole $50,000
in 2023. So I could get on board with that. Yep, those are all my thoughts. Thanks.
Councilmember Lukman Hiramasa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm actually going to support Councilmember Brown's unpopular opinion as well. Just because looking at these dates, for me, you know, the whole patriotic theme and the fireworks, as far as I understand, are still going to be a patriotic theme because that's
Yes.
what.
We cannot change that. I did ask that question, and that would require a completely new package to be put
Right.
together.
So looking at that, I mean, to me, yes, it was an unfortunate event, an unfortunate series of events, and I think part of what people felt strongly about was that there was supposed to be a rain date, and then the rain date that was just didn't happen, so maybe we lost a little bit of trust there. But I think with letting everybody know what the real problem was can mitigate some of that, because people just thought, well, we just didn't follow through, and we didn't follow through with the rain date, but it's because we couldn't.
Correct.
One of our residents in Ward 4 had a fantastic idea, but it's not possible. And the idea was to have it on July 30th because that's when Colorado became a part of the United States. So still a patriotic theme, but again, it's not possible. So I would support holding off just because we're getting into Pirate Fest, and I don't really think the theme fits the fireworks, and Noel definitely, to me, doesn't fit patriotic theme. So I would support holding off until the next year, and as Councilmember Brown suggested, maybe, maybe we put in some drones or something like that, but, there's a possibility to just make sure it's a more outstanding event for our residents. And in terms of turnout, I don't like to think of that as a factor because I think about more of the trust between us and our residents. So, we had an event that we said we were going to put on and, only 4,000 residents show up, and so be it. But it's a matter of following through. That's my opinion, but I would support just holding off and doing something better for next year.
I'm really wondering how to move forward because this really bothered me, and I had this conversation. It doesn't matter why. What matters is how people felt and how people have lost faith and trust in our city as a result. So 2020 was not our fault. Everyone shut down fireworks. 2021, we shut them down, not everybody else shut them down. We got a lot of criticism for that. We had fireworks in October for the rec center. They were beautiful. They were fun to see. I talked to so many families on the 4th that arrived as early as 5:30 in the morning to bring their families, to get the right spot, to set up volleyball. They had a whole day. They were so excited. And many of them were excited because we haven't done it in a while. They're like, oh, fireworks are back in Northglenn. This is going to be so great. So the disappointment was on a higher level than it would have been if it was 2015 and there was a glitch. The disappointment felt probably, I don't know, at least quadruple the amount because of the situation we were in with the delay. When I hear, there's no other patriotic day. Thornton does fireworks in December every year. It's absolutely fine. They do them for 20 minutes. It's cold. You're in your hat and gloves and you still love them, right? We had them in October. Everyone thought they were great. I think the powwow is a bad idea. If we did it, we would definitely have to ask the organizers. It just doesn't feel like a good fit. So I wouldn't go with. I don't think Pirate Fest makes sense either. Labor Day, I thought was a great idea. The other thing is Veterans Day is a Friday. That's another very patriotic day. We celebrate our veterans at a high level in our city. And I've had people reach out like, hey, can we do something else? I don't know. I was going to look and see what day of the week September 11th is. We've had organizations reach out and say, hey, can we do something? Well, that's a Sunday, so that's not. My whole theme is our residents deserve a replacement. They deserve something that they haven't had. It was super unfortunate And I don't think, I mean, and I get that the residents' initial reaction was, we need to know who we're lynching over this. Like that, there was a little bit of that on social media. I don't know that that is even the issue. I think their apology letter was perfectly fine. It had a lot of facts related to it. I think the issue is it still is on us to replace the experience that they haven't had. And I think it would do them an extreme disservice to wait a full year. Like that breaks my heart. I mean, if that's where we go, I want it known that that's not what I want to do. I think it's too long. I think we need to give them something this year. I also think that if we're going to do that, we don't have to have the biggest event in the world, but if we have a little bit of food and a little bit of music and fireworks, and they have a lead time, I don't know, I do think it's a kind of a risky idea to ask them, because you can't make everyone happy. So if I was someone who filled out a survey and I said, well, I want it to be on Labor Day, but overwhelming vote put it in October, and I'm out of town, I'm still gonna be angry. Like, I think it's just, we pick the day, we move forward with it, but we celebrate it as we're doing this for you, and we're sorry this happened, and we care about our residents, and we want you to have a good experience with us. I just think it would be the wrong thing to do to wait a whole year. No matter what we do, there's just too much at stake for this one. So I'm not quite sure where we go, but I think, as soon as I saw Veterans Day was on a Friday, I think that has potential, even though November weather is kind of fussy. We never know what we're going to get. I would say my number 2 choice would be probably the Saturday maybe of Labor Day. And then we come out with maybe other things. Maybe we add like hamburgers and hot dogs, and we really celebrate in some way. I don't know. I feel personally responsible, and I shouldn't, but we owe it to our residents. So that's.
I'm just going to say, you said it better than I did. I know there are things about how our 4th of July draws people from all over the place and this kind of thing, but it's our residents' tax money that's being spent to put on. And so I think of it as for our residents. And even though other people come to it, and if we do it at some other event, other people might, that's fine. But I also feel like our residents deserve it. And I'm still sticking with it. I think we should make it up from this year.
Nick, do you want to weigh in?
I've got a whole bunch I'd like to say, but I think option 1 and option 2 are bad ideas. The standalone event, I think, would be generous if we even got 1,000 people there, which puts that at, 1,000, the cost of that is astronomically high. Rescheduling it for an event, we're already going to have the attendance for Firefest. It's not going to draw any more people to it. And then you have the option of choosing which night too. I think it's best that we just move it off to next year. I don't want to terminate them. Things happen. We missed our shot. I don't think we should double down on some bad ideas. Let's postpone it to next year, make sure we get the information out to the people, and that's where we go.
Anybody else want to weigh in?
Yeah, I do. I do. I feel for our families. I saw even some familiar names, people that I've been friends with since forever, commenting on there, saying, let's just do it another weekend. Just tell us when, and we'll be there. Northglenn's a very tight-knit community. I feel like we get it out there, you'll have people that are, even just live just directly right here. This is the most dense area of Northglenn. They know about it, they'll be here. We put signs up on Malley Drive, Community Center Drive all the time, and anywhere else, and people, they come. And then it'll be, almost 2 months away. How many weeks is that? For Labor Day? Is that like 2 months? It's almost 2 months. I think that's enough time to plan. And I just don't want this black eye to last a whole year. You know, feels like, you know, because I was there personally and, you know, met people, and it was like, wow, I felt disappointed for the people who came out, and I just felt all the frustration and kind of like I felt it all, and I don't want people to have that resentment towards the city, and I feel like that's what it's festered into. I mean, it's because people they want to enjoy this, you know, that time of the year, but unfortunately, there was technical difficulties. It wasn't on us. We didn't mess up, you know, but we want to make it right because it didn't happen. You know, it's like, okay, we have an opportunity to do it. If we just, you know, put some promotions out there, we can make it more of a community effort, I guess, like, hit up some of the same, food vendors and something, have them at the old rec or something, and so it's not I don't know, something like a mini food truck carnival without the carnival. I don't know, like just kind of make some calls, pull some strings. I think it can happen, and I just don't want to wait a whole year. I don't know. It just doesn't sit right with me.
Councilmember Kondo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wonder if we can ask Chief May his thoughts if we were to pursue this on Labor Day weekend. I mean, can the police department support? Because that's a major component, I believe, we were to do this sort of event.
The only concern that I have with doing on Labor Day would be our staff does vacations too. So I already pulled 4th of July from them, right? Everybody worked. And that would be them giving up another holiday, which would be challenging to outfit that. So, again, if you guys pick a night, I hope it, you know, again, Labor Day would be tough for us. I don't think we would need the amount of officers that we did for 4th of July. But again, it still will be resource intensive to make sure everybody is safe and get them out and in safely. So that's my only.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So staffing-wise, on the 4th of July, I know you had everybody, but didn't you also have people out in the different neighborhoods?
Do you remember the teams we had for that shoot? It was 15, right? Was it 15 officers?
For which team?
For the park team.
So during the day, there was a team of 6, and during the evening, there was a team of 15. We also had to keep patrol officers in the normal course of duty, so officers patrolling the street. We put up a couple of fireworks teams as well to enforce fireworks violations within the community. But every sworn police officer was working the 4th of July in some manner, whether throughout the 24 hours.
But you're right, we wouldn't need that kind of staffing
Right.
citywide.
That's all.
Yeah.
Councilmember Luqman Hiramasa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the reason I was pushing for option 3 was because these dates to me just didn't fit. But I did think about Veterans Day, and I think that is actually a fabulous idea. It didn't occur to me. Or September 11th. I know last year I attended Broomfield's memorial service, and I thought, how sad is it that we don't have something in Northglenn ourselves? And I'm happy to support them, and it was a wonderful event. So one of those 2 days, like Labor Day, and I don't feel that, but I think that's a great idea that I hadn't thought of. And part of being here on council is having that open mind and listening to, you know, these different ideas. And I think that's a great idea. I would support that. And that's all I have to say. Idea or something for our veterans.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I would have some concerns about 9/11 because, of course, from a force protection perspective, you could be setting yourself up for some vulnerabilities. So if we were to decide to do it on that date, I certainly would not be an advocate for that.
That's a weird day of the week.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you. That actually made me think of something. We usually put up signs saying, fireworks for our veterans. And would that be triggering? Would that trigger PTSD? So that now is something that I hadn't thought of. That because you mentioned that, September 11th, all the, the concerns around that as well, extra security. I didn't think about that, so now I have some concerns. I'm just throwing that out there.
So
I
as a
think
veteran,
we have veterans that we honor on 4th of July as well.
That's true, too.
The difference is,
So-
do we want it to sound like a war zone in the neighborhood for 3 days?
Yeah.
No. Do we want them to come to a single show? Yes. I don't know.
No.
Councilmember Brown?
Diana, I've watched you. I have watched you through the meeting, and I know that if I asked you to jump from the highest building, you would do it. Because you've accomplished everything we've ever asked. I want you to, I know you can't tell us what to do, but I worry you still don't have Stephen back. We still are short-staffed. We can sit here and say, we can make it happen, but realistically, could we? And I'm honestly not for Veterans Day. I think it's a beautiful thought. I'm just, I have questions on that one. I do think it's a beautiful thought, but my biggest concern is with you and your staff, and being, honestly putting it out there, because we don't want to put together a halfway event either. We don't want to put up something that is subpar to what, not that you've ever done that or you would in the future, that is not up to the high standards of the city of Northglenn. So I'd like your opinions.
First of all, I want to say it's a very difficult question. I was a huge advocate for, okay, we can't make this happen on Tuesday. We need to do it on Wednesday and we'll just bring it back. But I have to say my fellow leadership team that was in this discussion had a very, very good point, which is, but it wasn't held because it wasn't pouring rain. This wasn't a rain date. It was a technical failure. And we have a whole community that was counting on the show. And the one time we had a rain date, it was a couple thousand people as opposed to 10,000 people. So their argument of, if we're going to make this up, we really need to do it when our community can be there, was a very good argument, I thought. I also think it's really difficult, and one of the reasons why I threw out there, maybe we need to ask people, is the comments on social media were very mixed. We'll do it on Powwow. We should do it on September 30th. We should do it with Pirate, it was Noel Northglenn would be great to have fireworks then. So it's really all over the board. So I think it's difficult to make a call, which is why I was like, man, maybe we just ask people, what do you want? It's your your public dollars. As far as executing a standalone event, I do think we could do it. The longer lead time we had, the better off we would be. There are some things that are planned at the beginning of the year. Our entertainment contracts, our porta potties, our people who run the parking and augment our trash, scheduling for all of our staff. We set our event schedule in October for the following year for a reason. We contract for all of those things. So we'd be paying a premium because they're not part of our contract, which is part of the reason for the cost. And I can't tell you whether we'd get a great headliner band or we would have a DJ. I think it really depends on who's available and what weekend we pick and what else is going on. So I wish it were as easy to say, we can make this happen and it'll be just as good as it was for 4th of July. I don't think that's true. I think we would miss Stephen's planning early in the year from the fall in January. Could we put something together? Absolutely. Would it be at a good level? Yes. Would it be 4th of July or Pirate Fest? That's a stretch, but we haven't had as much lead time. So the more lead time, the better. I hadn't thought of Veterans Day. That does give us a nice lead time. It fits with the patriotic show. And the more lead time we can give the fireworks company, I think we can get the 54 seconds that we lost within a 30-day window. I'd really like to angle for a couple more minutes if we can get it. But everything we order is special order. The proximate fireworks, they have to line it up. It all goes electronically along with the music. So anything we want to add, anything different, replacing what we lost, is all lead time. So I'm
Man, it's not an easy question to answer. It's a drag. It didn't happen. And I feel like opinions are all over the board. You're very representative of your community because that's exactly what we saw on social media. And I have a big fear of, we always hear from people that are angry or upset, but we don't hear from the people that are like, this isn't that big of a deal. So one of the reasons why I threw out there of maybe we should ask people is because I'm not sure gauging our response on the people we've only heard from is fair. And I also feel like this is $50,000 that came from Northglenn public funds. So those are the people that we probably should respect. But I don't think there's an easy answer. I'm really sorry. If I had one, I would advocate for it. Like I said, I was all for, let's do this on Wednesday. And then my other leadership team members are like, but yeah, there were 8,000 people there and probably only 1,000 will come. I'm like, and that's a good point, you know? So I wish it was an easy answer, but I don't think it is. And whatever decision you make, once again, you're still going to get some criticism. It's just that kind of decision where, you know, if you decide to spend the money or you spend more money or you do it with another event, there's going to be some people that are unhappy. So you pick which criticism you want to deal with.
I think that personally I'm struggling some of the way is that I get calls from all over this city, you know? I've not had one call, not a complaint about 4th of July. And it baffles me because obviously everybody else has gotten them. You haven't gotten them either? Yeah, I haven't gotten one complaint or even talking to my neighbors. Were there any complaints about the fact that it didn't happen? Most people, I'm assuming, you know, understood that stuff happens, you know? So it surprised me. I mean, I have my own personal opinion about it. I had a great time with people over in the Safeway parking lot. We had a blast, but I haven't heard one person. And that's just so unique for me. I'm not saying I'm that popular. I'm just saying that somebody is always barking at my ear or, you know, whatever. And I didn't hear one thing about it.
Well, we did do a recap. I would say social media is probably the worst, but it's also the easiest platform to complain on.
Mhm.
We did get a couple of phone calls. They weren't really angry. They were like, hey, what happened? And then we got about two Access Northglenn things and one independent email. So the negative wasn't overwhelming, but you notice the people that were there, it was hard, boy, let me tell you. And I gotta, props to the people that were there. Most of them were very decent. There were a couple of people that were really angry, but like I didn't feel staff was threatened, and there was nobody who's gonna, there wasn't gonna be imminent violence or anything like that. But definitely feeling the disappointment, and watching the fireworks people out there in rowboats with flashlights on their head trying to figure it out. It was very tense and very, very stressful. So it doesn't surprise me that the people that were there feel the most pressure to make it right. Do you guys have any other questions of me? Because I'll hand it back over to Heather, but not a good time, man, and I wish there was a good answer.
I have a couple questions for Heather, looking at the clock.
All right.
So it's 11 o'clock. Do the executive session items have to be done, or can we push them?
We can push them.
Okay. What does council want to do with this decision? Because we are not on the same page. I mean, we can do a straight, raise your hand if you want to do it this year, raise your hand if you want to do it next year, and we can see where we are, but we have 8. So we could just get a little quick straw poll, see where we're sitting. Okay, so how about this? Raise your hand if you want to do it next year. So that's what I was afraid of. So, yeah. Well, I think we've all said what we're thinking. Is this something that you would be okay if we add it to next week and maybe take a week and sit on it? I mean, it's 11:02. Maybe we can just breathe for the week.
We can.
Talk about it next week, see if we can get to a little more direction?
We can.
Is that
It's fine. I mean, you've heard enough from me and from Diana in terms of what we want to do to support all of you and and support our community in this. So we hadn't thought of Veterans Day, as Diana mentioned, so that's something you can certainly think about.
I don't hate because I will tell you, I completely forgot that we're doing like a Mile High Stadium thing with Noel Northglenn. I didn't know that. Noel Northglenn at Night of Lights. I missed that in the decision.
Me too.
If that's what we're doing, that fits. I just don't know how that works with how the event rolls out, because some people come at 4, do the crafts, and go home. Some, so they would have to stay the length of the event, which makes for a different event. And so that's where I was like, I like the concept, but I just don't know how that fits.
Yeah, and it's so crowded and there's kids and, yeah, I don't know.
And it's usually cold. And so that one, I mean, I just struggle with that one. So,
A lot of thought, try to let the emotion die down, and like you, there's pros and cons to all of these.
yeah.
And so just in an effort to manage expectations, because we're going to continue the conversation next week, we're not going to do any additional push out of information to the community until we have clarity on how we move
I
forward.
think
Okay.
I'll update the current article
Thank
that
you.
says you were talking about it tonight, and I'll just add that there is no definite decision yet.
Okay. I think is that okay? Did you want to add something?
Not to that.
Okay.
Before we adjourn, I was wondering if council might indulge Mr. Klein for his 3 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, I
Okay.
was going to get there.
Okay, well, you
I
were
was-
talking about
yeah.
adjourning, so.
No. I just, we had to
Okay.
wrap that up. Thank you for
Yes,
that.
yes.
No, it's here.
Okay.
The public, I know, and you are a trooper.
Yes.
So public invited to be heard, statements are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. So you're going to talk super fast. You ready?
Appreciate it. No, I know it's late, sorry.
No.
No, I think maybe it was not a coincidence to have this on the night we're talking about rats. I just think, with ferals, actually City Chicago did it. They did it for their ferals. They actually released a bunch of feral cats, barn cats, for their rat problem. So I don't know if you want to look into that on the article, Google it. As far as the caretakers, I know a lot of ferals, we were talking about being not relying on humans to survive. There's a lot that do. A lot of feral cats have caretakers. That's where I'm worried about the gray areas as far as being owned. And I just think that's going to be a big problem as far as trying to separate that. I think it's a gray area for the animal control officer, I believe. I would think so. I would think it'd be much easier just to say, you know what, we're allowing cats, community cats, owned, unowned, as long as they're fixed. I think that's our main focus, educate the community on making sure they're fixed, vaccinated, because that's how they can multiply rapidly. I think a lot of people lose their cats, they get out of the house, they don't mean to. Those are the ones that are getting fined for the at-large laws. A lot of the nuisance behaviors are from community cats, and people don't realize that. So I just appreciate taking this on. Appreciating the ordinance the way you write it. I hope you guys take that into account as far as the at-large part of it. So I think that'll be a huge deal on the success of allowing community cats. So I think that's about it. One thing I do worry is there's a few people that I see that want to get rid of cats. They're not so nice to cats, want to poison cats. I think the at-large ordinance kind of could contribute to that. If we didn't have one, I think it would be educational and to promote it. And again, I think there's more weight on having one compared to not having one being successful. So thanks, I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's great to meet you.
Thank you,
Hanging with us
appreciate it.
all night. Okay, we're adjourned. It's so late.
I was expecting a vote on going.